Hello!
Hello. Good morning, Julia. And all the not Julias out there. How's it going? Let's put a music on. Let's see. Hey Sidonia, hey Big Jerry. Hey Commodore. True, big data energy, but it's really not that big. True. I want to take a chance. I want to take a chance on something. Do I think that if I play a metronomy song, do I think that it will get claimed? I'm like looking at how many views there are on individual songs. Like, do I think... Hey Free Pie, hey Joe. This is probably okay. I think that'll be okay. Nope. Stop.
Thanks a million.
I'm excited. Ooh.
Psych honors. That's the best. Thank you, Peter.
Mayonnaise Monster tipped $20.
For the $20, the first 2 numbies. I see that you're eager to keep watching Supernatural. We watched 4 episodes of Supernatural yesterday. Don't worry if you missed it. You can still join. I'm determined to get Peter emotionally invested in the show. I haven't watched it in like 8 years. So it's the perfect time. And if you did miss it, you can catch up on Patreon. Also, the finale of the Vampire Lestat and the music video reviews are here. Man, I really wish there was more. God damn it. I think I can probably do this.
One of man's greatest achievements, is quickly becoming more popular with each passing day. We invite you to follow along as our scientists work to conceive of a future where music is created not by man, but by machine.
I can't remember. Can I listen to Kenny Hoopla? I can't remember. I feel like I would have tried. Okay, after this song we will continue on. No, Peter. It's not. We're not there yet. We need time. We haven't even met Castiel yet. That's how it starts off. But But that's not how it ends up.
The time. We're taking over the world, one kiss at a time, and then I'm taking you, girl.
To the pharmacy. I was tempted to wait till tomorrow, but I knew it would be even more painful, so I did it. And now I'm here. Frankie, where are you, my sweet baby? Cool. Hey, 1,000 lifetimes. All right, let's get into it. First, let's see what America's mayor has to say. Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. Yes, Gray.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave
that guy.
They offend all of humanity. Anyone, with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Thanks, Mom Donnie. Mom Donnie. I can't say words. Hey, Armor. 10 streams. Awesome. Okay. So, Netanyahu not getting arrested. All right. So, is this the same? You know, there are 10 billion Hassan channels. What is he wearing? He's wearing a burgundy tie.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, this is the same thing, I guess. I should have figured out what would be the best video for this.
Government ownership.
Is this it? This is Hassan responds to David Pakman. Hey, Ursa. David Pakman. Hassan Piker is leading Democrats down a dangerous path. Interesting. Oh God, Guam just did a nice stream about Hassan sicking his audience on poor little innocent David Pakman.
It's not his own fault. He's just a little sweet boy.
David Pakman's just a sweet little boy. He can't do anything. The Pakman video is gross. I'm trying to figure out what's the best there.
Government ownership of the largest.
Maybe. Is this the same thing?
Corporations and entire industries. Universal.
Again!
Hey, Eon. I don't want to... I guess I don't. Okay. David Pakman's DSA criticism is insane. Is this one? And it's 36 minutes. This one is Hassan responds to David Pakman, which is 40 minutes.
Agree with the things that I said.
Which is also from the same VOD. You know, there's just a whole bunch of the same segment that's like 10, varies in 10-minute, lengths of difference. Hey, Bubble. He freaked out over a right-wing meme and said you should go after Hassan. Aren't there enough people? Like, I think it's covered. I think people have that covered. You know?
Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely. I don't think David. I'm gonna be charitable.
I think this'll have it. Hassan responds to David Pakman. I know David Pakman because of TYT, right? He was also involved in TYT at some point, right? Did he break off? He also said a bunch of other weak shit. You know, he makes it sound like, I feel like whenever I see his videos, it's like the YouTube is attacking us and taking away all the money and they're unsubscribing you guys from me. Maybe it's people are unsubscribing. He was on that YouTube TYT network. So, like, they've worked together. There's so much vitriol that Hassan's former co-workers have. Perhaps a little bit of jealousy? I will, Ursa.
Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had.
But yeah, so, you know, I think it would be, I don't know how David Pakman could be up to date on literally any mote of present Destiny doings and even bother If that's the case, that would be crazy.
Our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm gonna be charitable. I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. If he did, he probably would not be defending this.
I hope so.
David Pacman, we're gonna watch this.
Oh my god. Clavicular. Is clavicular? I feel okay. Could it be that clavicular is he looks softer. He looks like he's gotten softening. He looks like he's been doing the opposite of mewing or what. You know what I mean? Is clavicular undergoing a transition without us? No, without telling us. Right in front of our faces, though. He's testicular now. Hey, Deem. You know? And this, like, little... He does this, like, little polo. You know? He's looking quite slender. I mean, the nose really changed things for him. I mean, I'm sure he could make it work, but... I don't know. This guy's gonna be fucking wrecked.
David Pacman, we're gonna watch this because America tour is now hyping up. Dude, I love that, like, all of these Destiny affiliated.
Also, you guys, I know you have to have seen, and I'm sure they'll add it in. They must. If it's not in this video, I'll find it. His tie. That tie. I've never seen a person have a camel toe wearing a tie. Okay? You'll see if you haven't seen. That was just crazy. That was crazy. Like, literally, how the fuck can you have a camel toe tie?
Organizations, they just almost exclusively work to do PR for this weirdo. Okay,
Yeah.
This weirdo and his cult. David Pacman has joined in on the call to action, and so did Parker Get a Job. You know, as you guys know, College Democrats invited me.
A camel tie,
and
true.
The Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these, like, liberals are freaking out
Hey,
too.
Archer.
And I think the Sex Pestiny Epstein community did like a boss call to all the liberal comment.
r/Destiny. We need links. It says 3 days ago. We need links to send for outreach about the College Dems event. Hi, all. Just catching up on everything that happened yesterday with Hassan basically getting Destiny kicked out of the College Dems event. Yes, people should absolutely email the org and their elected representatives about this. What? You need to email your elected representatives about Destiny getting kicked out of a College Democrats event? Okay. Cool. This is incredibly alarming and will only be corrected if this is brought to more people's attention. You know what? I feel like there needs to be some kind of voice involved here, okay? An important thing to recognize is that most electeds are not even really that aware of the online political landscape, if at all, and especially are not aware of the controversies around Hassan and Destiny for the most part, with some rare exceptions here and there. Really, the only people in the know are younger staffers and college-age people in the party like this. When you are emailing, keep it brief but pointed. They will probably just skim a longer email.
Include links to the main stuff you want them to look at. It makes you seem more credible and will help to persuade them. If you are emailing your representatives, include your zip code up front and say you are a constituent. They do care about this and will be more likely to read your email. I will do some outreach today. If you can, please drop some links here that are most important for people to see. There should be at least one about what happened at the event specifically. One demonstrated how Hassan is an enemy of the Democratic Party, and one demonstrating that Destiny is an ally of the Democratic Party. Any help would be appreciated. Later, I'll reply with some template language people can use.
Jesus. Literally going from canvassing, the guy that he canvassed for lost and had to disavow him, right? So now his canvassers are canvassing for him, for him to be allowed in polite society. Dude. That's quite funny.
Terry sphere to be like, why won't you guys also shit on Hassan? Are you too scared or like that? And it's really funny because like the idea that I'm not like eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hassan is a hilarious take because I'm, a priority target for the State Department and also prominent.
Ken Klippenstein. New State Department report on foreign quote-unquote subversion is a virtual government blacklist that names 43 Americans and domestic orgs, including Mamdani, DSA, Hassan Piker, and Amy Goodman. Amy Goodman. Interesting. Ha, shocking.
Liberals yell at me.
We need to be aware of Hassan and the dangers of Hassan on every level, okay? On a state, federal level, local. Instead of door knocking, DGG door knockers will be passing out flyers about Hassan bad. Did you know that there's this guy Hassan and he is a communist? And he hates America, and he said that we deserved 9/11. Did you know he doesn't even disavow Hamas?
All the time. Okay. But anyway, what is this? They literally admitted to getting harassed by the D community. Members of our chapter has been harassed under the mistaken assumption that we were supported or affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views. That assumption is demonstrably false. And
KU Young Democrats. Members of our chapter have since faced harassment under the mistaken assumption that we supported or were affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views. The assumption is demonstrably false, and we, like our fellow students, should not be subjected to harassment based on it. We hope this statement provides the clarity necessary regarding our position and allows us to return to the work of building a stronger Democratic Party.
we, like our fellow students, should not be subject to harassment based on it. We hope the statement provides the clarity. Wait, what? So the sex-best community was coming after the Kansas Young Democrats? Is that what it is?
Oh. Is that what he went? Okay. College Democrats of America 2026 Summer Convention is what he was at. Our chapter was not notified of his participation until shortly before the event. Upon learning of his participation, members of our delegation joined others in leaving the event. Oh, okay. We do not endorse Mr. Piker on the rhetoric or statements which have generated significant controversy and concern among many Democrats and our fellow Americans. Members of our chapter have since faced harassment. Oh, wait, I already read that one. Okay, cool. Disavow Hassan. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Destiny and Destiny cock sleeves.
They were yelling at them. Are they going to like every Young Democrat chapter to be like, disavow Hassan? Okay, man. If you're still in contact with the CDA, you should give them a heads up that the finance director you crossed paths with.
Destiny and his audience immediately began harassing
It's like,
event. Thank you, Ursa,
Why not?
for the Canadian $2 and the Numby. We are 3 Numbies. Thank you, and I will add that to the goal as well. Very based. Destiny and his audience immediately began harassing event staff. Destiny then falsely accused the CDA finance director of being a terror suspect. See, why do you need someone like even if you hate Hassan, why the fuck would you want someone like Destiny around being a messy fucking bitch? Who wants to deal with that?
Is now being targeted by the sex pest. Yeah, he knows. Making this up. Destiny claims the College Democrats of America convention let Janet Mockey, a guy who was arrested for making bomb threats, but it wasn't Jarrett Mockey in the picture he posted. It was Austin Wise, the finance director of the College Democrats of America. Yet another failed attempt. The funny thing
Ray, can you help Ursa with the song recommendation for Sunday?
is the College Dems let in Jarrett Mockey, the Janet Mockey, a guy who was arrested. Making this up. Destiny claims the College Democrats of America convention let Janet Mockey, a guy who was arrested for making bomb threats, but it wasn't Jarrett Mockey in the picture he posted. It was Austin Wise, the finance director of the College Democrats of America. Yet another failed attempt. The funny thing is the College Dems let in Jarrett Mockey, the same guy who got a guided tour to Hassan in Michigan, the same guy who was later arrested for making bomb threats. Dude, what the is going on, man? This
Just says stuff. Just says stuff. Sure. Okay. Hey, this guy, that's not that guy at all. See, that's the thing. Destiny doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't, and his the Neo orbiters, they do not care. Hey, acidic, they do not care. They will just say things. That's the standard we're working at. You cannot physically get low enough. You could lie face down, your belly on the floor, and you would not be low enough to be able to maintain their standard. It's just ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous, and looks exhausting.
guy's such a dude. You can't do this, man. You cannot do this. This is Laura Loomer behavior, dude. All right, well, let's see. So David was one of the guys that bit. They were emailing all of them. They're actually going after other people too. It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You gotta do something. Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans.
Oh,
what you mean?
God. It's a horseshoe, guys. Ethan Klein joined Destiny Defense League. What, he's joined now? Oh, God. Ethan says he's been talking to David Pakman, also defends Destiny. The guy who said Ethan was molesting his children. Once again, it's literally because Ethan doesn't... Ethan's gotta fucking look out talking about his history with Destiny here. People are gonna dig it back up, and then it's gonna be very inconvenient for his sponsorship with Redact.dev.
Right? I think that there's like an army of people. They're coordinated, they're organized. They may well even be supported by bots and state actors, and they are mobilizing on TikTok and Twitter, and they absolutely can shift the narrative. I mean, watch what happens to David Pakman now.
Yeah.
I was talking to him, and I told him exactly what was going to happen, and it's all happening.
Okay. Okay. So is this him calling into Guam? Does he just... He just started his own like Diorio stream with Lady Diorio that he can call into and say whatever he wants whenever.
Well, I was like, here's what's going to happen. There's going to be a massive disinfo, anti-Semitic hate campaign against you across Twitter and TikTok.
Already happening.
They're going to target your children and your extended family.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk about your fucking children all the time. Don't talk. Do people do that? Do people do that to Pac-Man? I don't think so. Remember the guy Ethan's defending called him a pedo with all the malice intended. Well, it's okay though, because Ethan and Hila said that it was, what do you call it? In retaliation. Hey, Caden. It's okay. Why? How is it in retaliation? Oh, because of those multiple videos that they put out about him, and his, alleged sex crimes and more. But they don't want to get back into that. Why? Because that would get messy. So really, they're just sweeping for Destiny. I think the sniffing is a tick. It felt infectious. Sometimes when I'm really tired, I feel like I'm start sniffing. I'm like, fuck.
And
I think it's contagious.
they're going to basically, it doesn't matter what you say, anything even as slight as making fun of his dumb fucking Mao outfit is basically, like any slight, as small as it is perceived the same as...
I swear, I don't know how, I feel like I don't watch Guam or Harley, whatever show. But if Ethan's calling in all the time, is this, so this is the H3 channel chat during Guam's show. This is how they are reacting to Ethan coming on the stream and joining. They look very excited.
Any giant attack. Like, it doesn't matter if he said Hassan is ISIS, right? Like, it would be treated with the same threat level, because there's no...
The same threat level as ISIS?
Like, any slight, as small as it is perceived the same as any giant attack. Like, it doesn't matter if he said Hassan is ISIS, right? Like, it would be treated with the same threat level, because there's no dissent allowed, even as minor and deviating as possible. So I think personally it's a mistake to underestimate or to minimize what these people can do. And all you have to do is watch what's going to happen to David Pac-Man over the next like month or so. It's like he's been added to the list.
I just love shitting and farting in my diaper. I don't know what to tell you.
Infix tipped $3.33. Can you play Worm song?
I will play that song next time I put on a song. Thank you, Envy, for the 333 Dickers Diaper alert. Thank you.
And basically, he's a Zionist now of the worst order, and basically he'll be outcast as much as possible. You know, you say
everyone already knows that David Pac-Man's a Zionist. This is not. News. Guam and Guam are similar in a sense, both ravaged and rendered a dumping ground by an imperialist entity, the US and Ethan. Yeah, I mean, I think that supposedly Guam used to post some virtue signal social media posts in support of Palestine. Oh yes, Envy. I will play the Worm song next time we put on a song. Thank you.
Hey, David would have been welcomed into the convention. Well, that was before he made fun of Hassan's Mao outfit. I don't know that that's true anymore. I don't think he honestly. I don't think that.
It was a bit. Listen, I'm just. I think it looked a little bit silly, but I don't care at all. I care zero amount.
They would let him in. I mean, Destiny is someone who, despite what you think about him, has consistently done a ton of grassroots activism for the Democrats.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt. Shut the fuck up. What do you care about fucking Democrats? You don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. You're in a different category. You're not a Democrat. You're rich. Which is, I mean, you know. you know what I mean. Not that Democrats aren't rich. I mean, like, his first category is not in the hierarchy of things that he is. He's rich before he's a Democrat or cares about democratic change. Hey, ignoring chat. Hey, Radical. He helped Democrats that one time. Who cares? Grassroots how? Don't you know that he had an entire canvassing event that multiple women complained about being sexually harassed at? When he gathered his sex pest audience in one place? Don't you know that the guy that he was canvassing for had to disavow him when people like found out he was being supported by him? Do you know that even if Destiny had the most earnest of intentions when it came to political advocacy, that he is actively a harm for Democrats? If Destiny actually cared about Democrats, he would not be publicly supporting anyone. This behavior is very similar to Destiny hopping on Food Shop stream or other orbiters to rant. Yes. Yes, this is why he created this show. So that he can, they can hold down the fort, he can hop in and add whatever he wants. You know, and the memberships still go to the channel. The shit we saw yesterday when we watched Sleepy's video about Ethan not letting his employees collab, and like Love was like, oh, I shouldn't go to Taco Bell because that's an H3 thing. Hey, Missy. Hey, Lightning. Hey, 2-Bit Dork. It's just he's shriveling from the inside out. Like he's killing everything that anyone ever liked about his show in the first place. But yeah, so Destiny, if he cared about Democrats getting elected, he would not associate himself with any of them, okay? Kind of fucked to move Love to America specifically for this job and then make it unbearable for him. The thing, yeah, I mean, Love used to be a beloved figure. You know, even when he wasn't there, they had like a little robot for him to move around like he was there. So imagine coming here was like his dream, and now, you know, he's stuck. You know, like it's fucked. Like he can't even stay. He'd have to go home. Does he have a girlfriend? Is he gonna have to, you know? He sounds miserable. So, like, I give Love a tiny bit of room. It's just, I think it's very telling. I haven't watched the show, but I never see, like, when Sleepy was talking about them and he pulled up the Love clip, he didn't even know who Love was. Which is, like, crazy because Sleepy has done so much coverage, you know, of Ethan and all the shit, right? And it's not because Sleepy's sleeping. It's because Love has not been a figure. He has not been engaging. He's been as small as possible. Hey, Call God. Hey, Farflight. But it's, yeah. It truly, like, Ethan had such a good thing going. And they had, like, fun. You could just see, they were always excited and working on projects and stuff. Man. You could see AB look progressively more depressed over time. Oh, yeah. Well, he cut out and fed Ethan his own personal soul. back when I watched Love was a big part of the show. Yeah. Like, I haven't been watching H3 for, like, aside from critiques, I don't even know. Probably around his, I can't remember. It's all mushed together. But in any case, ever since, you know, the stuff started going downhill, but before that, I swear there were fun times. AB, I judge harsher than love. AB and Lena are really pick me. AB, yes, because he knows he made a choice, and I saw that choice be made or declared. I just remember AB being like, you know what? I'm team Ethan all the way. Like, he did the same thing that Wick did when Wick was like, you know, I would have remained neutral forever, but since someone posted my docs in that snark Discord, I am Team Destiny all the way. Like, you could just say that. You don't have to add that caveat there. What, do you not want to say that do you feel weird just straight up declaring? Do you not feel completely comfortable? Do you need to add a rationalization like, oh, I would have stayed impartial, which is obviously not true. As American citizens, they have other options. Yeah, AB has 2,000 subs, he said. Wick is pathetic. He's out there retweeting Fox News now. Last I watched was Colleen Ballinger. But yeah, so I judge everyone more harshly than love, I would say. And probably Dan the most, because Dan knows. Dan was supposed to be a leftist. He was tweeting obviously bought and paid for tweets in every Dem primary attack anti-Zionist candidate. Oh, God. Wick needs to go out, feed in a pasture somewhere. Fox did a hit piece on Kyle Kalinske. Oh, I watched this. I will share this with you. President Sunday. Where's the other one? Where's the other? Not this. Dark. This. 3 hours of fake leftists sweeping for Graham Platner. Remember when I said that I had a dream that I accidentally got a job at TYT? It was while I was listening to this.
As you can tell, I am not President Sunday, and this
Not President Sunday
is not a
has put this together, but yeah, it was quite enlightening when I was listening to it, you know, in and out of sleep, listening to like actually what all of these people are saying, you know, Sam Cedar, Emma What's-Her-Face, Kyle Kalinske, TYT, Breaking Points, Ryan Grimm, all of these people, right? And the stuff that they were saying was pretty fucking disgusting, actually. Yeah. It really reinforces, you know, no, not no, okay, not, I don't want to say no expectations, but just no, I appreciate people that are being based when they're being based. And I guess, you know, it's like, every person that you thought was like wholesomely based, and then they have a, you know, then they're not. And then you're like, it's like, you know, it's like Santa a little bit. I didn't grow up believing in Santa, so maybe it's not the same at all. I was the child that told my the other kids around me that there was no Santa because my parents told me there's no Santa, because Jesus is real, Santa is not real. But I imagine, you know what I mean, or like finding out that one of your faves is a, you know, did something yucky. I found the Platner stuff really upsetting. All these people I thought were left-leaning doing all the rape culture tropes. Exactly. All of the tropes. All the tropes, especially when they're doing the rape abacus, okay? Men and doing the rape abacus. Especially, I think these two.
So he is saying something which did not appear in their story, which is why I think, again, this is where the rumor mill.
This fucking guy. This guy over here. What's his name? Starts Sagar. Sagar, right? Good night, Ursa. So Sagar is like, you know, like the way that they're talking about it too, and it's like, bitch, you know what? Be like IRI, unironically, and just be like, yeah, I believe them, but you know, if he said sorry, I wouldn't care. You should just say that. Well, the rape part. IRI, unironically, like, yeah, I believe all the women. Yeah, I believe that, you know, he assaulted that woman. The problem is that he's not even saying, you know, it was a long time ago and I'm better. 5 years ago. 5 years. But yeah, so these guys though, specifically, they're like super like using all the words. What
actually got past what was written, because when I read that, and I'm assuming the editors, you know, something like this, you go through with a fine-tooth comb, because your ass is getting sued if you get a single.
He's like, we need to know specifically the details of, maybe was he one of them said, was he did he see, okay, once she clarified that she did not want him to come over, did he see that one? Or was he drunk driving during then? So maybe he didn't see that she didn't want him to come over. Therefore, it's totally reasonable that he would enter her home, which was unlocked, you know? I prefer the people who say they were voting lesser evil to people who tried to downplay it. Yes, exactly. Do not. If you can't defend it without downplaying it, then that's a you problem. You're not being honest. To others, maybe to yourself. Who said this? That's what these guys.
Detail wrong.
So she wrote basically. Do you remember me sharing these details with you? And the therapist wrote back with a general comment on how women should be believed and she should be believed and she should be applauded for her
that's
courage.
Not the same thing.
That's not confirming.
That's not the same thing.
That's not confirming. And when's this? This is after we watched this interview. Did anyone feel like doubtful that she was like? Did they really not? They're very specific. They don't be like, it's not that we don't believe her, but there were some other questions Jake Tapper could have asked. I fought with Kilo about it. Kilo was saying, I need a glute massage on its own could be an invitation. I'm going to say, Kilo, should probably not start dating until he, figures out how to not accidentally rape someone. There are too many people out there so confused. We shouldn't have here. Like when me and Sleepy talked about Mizkif essaying Emaru, the involuntary manslaughter of SA. Okay? Start recognizing this. How about this? Let's just get, you know what? Maybe Graham Platner didn't mean to rape that woman, but he did. What do you want? I mean, that's a bit too far, but they're making all of these like, wait, hold on. Let's see. But glute massage? Requesting a glute massage is not an invitation to enter your fucking home. Making jokes that he's done more for less. Well, you know what? I'm gonna guess that Kilo, it's a definite possibility that Kilotonics has raped someone then. I'm just, just based on this information, I don't know any other outside information, but based on this, I say Kilo probably has raped someone in his life. This is just complete speculation, but, snatching back the rape abacus for a moment, I've done the math and it says Kilo is likely to have raped. And if not yet, then potentially eventually, potentially involuntarily. If you're so fucking stupid that you don't understand the dynamics of texting that you need your butt cheeks massaged, which is something that a fucking physical therapist or massage therapist would do. If he thinks that's an invitation to enter her home and forcefully rape her, then I think that he's probably shouldn't have a sex having permit. When I suggested that, he got performatively mad at me and called me hysterical. Even if she was saying it flirtatiously, how is that an invitation? Again, I think Kilo and any other guy out there saying this stuff, especially hysterical. Really? You gotta grow the fuck up, dude. You have to. This space, this like niche internet space that we've been in.
I just love shitting and farting in my diaper. I don't know what to tell you.
Korg tipped $3.33, bringing up the sleepy thing. You are very good at explaining this stuff to us men. We just, we're dumb sometimes. It sucks.
Thank you, Kagod, for the 333 Dickers diaper. Yeah, I mean, I've had plenty of experience and plenty of time, and I've dated a lot, and I've had lots of guys. I'm from the time before there was even an idea that a rape culture was a thing, So I understand why people are so mixed up and confused. These conversations are not only not actually had, they're shut down by people who are coping and seething. Consent stuff is complicated. But people say that, they say that for different reasons. Some people say it because, yes, we should talk about all of these nuances so that, hey, in the future, you may not have assaulted anyone now, but just in case for the future, you don't want to accidentally misread something. And if you're going by the loosey-goosey standards that are the default right now in our rape culture, you
All
too
streamers
could
are shitty
eventually.
people in the end. Like, I guess I would be too. I guess if I had energy and was 20 years younger, but I'm too tired and sick and unhealthy to abuse people, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Commodore Chomp tipped $6.66.
Thank you, Commodore, for the 666. I'm really important is too old, sick, tired to abuse, but otherwise, who knows? But yeah, I could talk to Sleepy because I can see that he's a guy who is reasonable and is like having the conversation, not coming from the place of like, you know, a lot of times guys will engage in the conversation coming from the position of like, okay, how much can I get away with without getting into trouble? But he was coming into the conversation as like just really actually trying to figure out what the case is. And he thought about my points, you know, and I understand. And so I really appreciated having that conversation with him. I'd like to have more nuanced conversations, but not when it comes to people who literally can't even fathom a glute massage not being an invitation to penetration. When I pushed Kilo on it, he had some cope like he just meant someone could take the glute massage message as an invitation in their head, but then ask for clarification, but that's not how he was originally framing it. Yeah, that's concerning. And younger guys are genuinely uneducated on consent. Hey, Anti-War Machine. Listening to you talk about this topic is the first time I saw you on stream, and I thought you communicate really well about this stuff. Thank you, Peter. I'm happy to have these talks. Yeah, it's but you know, I'm not gonna waste my time on people who are like who are doing it for the wrong reasons. They want to talk about consent. Just how much can I get away with before I'm like actually in trouble? Mr. Girl's setting up for his Tinder date story. What did he say? He said to Stardust, he said, I raped a woman. He's like, legally it was rape. By consent training standards, it's rape. You know, like in every aspect it was rape. But you know, and it's just this manipulative sleight of hand rape game that he's playing. There was a look in her eye. Okay. Uh-huh. He's like, well, sometimes I'm not always right about the looks in their eyes. Okay. Yeah, they don't treat women like humans. Exactly. And that's been reinforced, but yeah, guys, you've been in a space that was literally built by fucking Destiny. Surprise? Surprise? Destiny, Vosh. That's who started... Destiny's who started fucking Twitch poll. You know? And then whatever we got into when it mixed with commentary and this shit. But it's all been dudes. It's all been incels. Or incel adjacent sentiments. That's been the, you know. So it's like, yes, the brain poison is in full force, and that's what you've been swimming in. But we're out in the ocean. It's not going to be sustainable. That's why I feel stupid for supporting them. Listen, hey, I was there too. I was given it a chance. Keeping to myself, but also engaging. But this is why I specifically I rejected becoming an orbiter of anybody. But yeah, the guys who have been, yas queening each other when it comes to like the misogyny, the racism, the whatever. The people that I was giving room to grow up, but are actually, they've been adults this entire time. But I just, I have an infantilization issue. To adult men in particular. I mean, you know, not just men, but especially men. Still wild to me how you're able to have so much empathy with the influences on young men, and so many men don't have an ounce of empathy for women with their experiences with this stuff. I think that if the karmic wheel of rape simulators would do a lot of people well. It is one thing that's strange about Twitch poll. It's filled with people who have dog's body social skill. Rape apology is a huge leap, though. But again, like, the space being, you know, like, breeding a bunch of clones of Destiny in argument style, right? Like, that is where that is where we have been birthed from. We could not choose the womb from which we have sprung, you know, being in the space, you know. But now we're out of the birth canal, and I'm gonna take a fucking shower and get this discharge off of my body, this disgusting discharge. Destiny was banned before I entered Twitch poll. He got banned after the thing with Viv mowing down protesters, I think, was it? I feel kind of duped. I was thinking promoting the Snark Guys was helping because they could appeal to men and introduce more left-wing ideas. They are trying now after I left. But that excludes women. They're trying now after I left, I noticed. They're trying... How? Trying to introduce left-wing ideas, you mean? Yes, that is the eternal curse, isn't it? Trying to... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it is. Like, looking to other representation to get a point across when they don't care. They don't give a fuck. But that's why I've been waiting this whole time for us to be out in the open ocean where we can just stand on our own and not... Like, that's how shit went down with me and Nick Giorio, because I thought that he was a person who had integrity, who, you know, I could trust with information, but no. That's a big part every step of the way. It's like, you know, like I've never been a person where I'm like, oh, I need to be the one who breaks this story. I need to be the one to tell everyone. I just want people to know. So I would go to other people with larger platforms and be like, hey, see this thing? You know, that's not how it works. Like in the snarky chat, I said we could encourage positive aspects of masculinity and femininity. And I left because I was getting upset by the misogyny. Since then, in their content, they're being more sensitive to women. They should be. Well, that's good. That's good if they are trying. And, but at the same time, too, like for a while, I mean, we were kind of like stuck with them, right? There were only so many. Like we were in a limited space. So it's now like they can make that decision if they want. Like, do you want to be left behind? He lost partner with the Viv thing. Oh, okay, he got banned, if I recall correctly, for a donation he got with a 41% reference, and he made a transphobic joke about it. Oh, okay. What about Noah Samson? What about... Oh, is Hassan trying to look like Roger? I don't know what you're saying. Sorry. I'm a little Uh, trying to look like Roger Stone? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But I think, you know, they have to they're used to us babying them, okay? And they're no more. No more. Get it together. For their own sakes. No worries, War Machine. I'd have hoped people would look at that and be adjusted enough to point out the extremely antisocial aspects. Yeah, no, a lot of people are just trying to be cool too. Virtue signal to each other about how cool they are. But, yeah. It's just not, you know, I feel like we've given the energy and the time, and it's fallen the way it's fallen. They can help themselves up.
And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is.
Okay, wait.
You think that where, look, there's genuine, you know, on the, you know, word of reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too, it seems like you and I are splitting, led to. That's why I think this is a media story, right? Because I think that the irresponsibility of not reporting that led to an understanding of how the event transpired, which is not fulsome with the general reality. And maybe it seems like you and I are splitting hairs, but the reason why I think it's really important, and when you learn this, it really struck me, is it really reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too cases in 2017 and 2018 transpired, in which it was very obvious, it was purely on the, you know, word of one person. You could have contravening evidence of what obviously was a complicated encounter or something where
complicated encounter.
Look, there's genuine, you know, misunderstanding or, you know, a different takeaway, and in which people's lives.
Yes, a genuine misunderstanding. And that's why you have to have these fucking conversations. You, if you are a man, you are obligated to have these fucking conversations, okay? Because you are too fucking stupid to know that you could accidentally rape someone or assault them. You remember the thing where Destiny started saying it, and then everyone started saying it, Connor, whatever. Do we have to teach women? Do we have to treat them like retarded children? What, in regards to consent? No, it's you. It's you who is either retarded or a rapist or both. Yeah, they don't want to understand, and that's what needs to be exposed. Like, by engaging, you see who is genuine, who gives a fuck, who's like saying things that are convenient, who's dodging, you know. These conversations really reveal who a person is and the way that they think, and they could learn something about themselves too. These are things to think about. If you're resistant to a greater understanding so that you don't accidentally rape someone, why? Is it because you want to keep as much plausible deniability as possible? Just play dumb? Yes, there can be misreads and misunderstandings, especially in our rape culture that encourage us to not talk about it, that has brainwashed people into thinking that it's that it ruins the mood to talk about sex or consent. If someone is turned off and doesn't want to have sex with you anymore because you talk to them, because you mention the word consent or anything, then they probably, like, you just shouldn't have sex with them. Hey, Sylph. Hey, Polly. Oh, yeah, the stealthing discourse. Like when Lonerbox was accused of sleeping around without a condom behind his partner's back, I was saying he should respond. Queeman downplayed it, and Kilo said Lonerbox should just never acknowledge it. Well, you know what? I feel like Kilo should have an honest conversation with himself about how he needs to move forward in life, interpersonally, because the things that I've heard, it sounds like he is probably too retarded to have sex. That's what it sounds like. But yes, let's let Sagar continue.
Got totally ruined. And I do think that in this case, like with Platner,
Like, I'm just gonna start proclaiming people that, you know, that say certain things. But yes, we need to have these conversations. Not like the only people that it hurts by us having more conversations, you know, because not everything is goon time, okay? You can't have a fucking intellectual conversation about consent. The only people it helps are the people who want to keep it murky on purpose. Because the people, guys like Sagar, they don't want it to be less confusion. They don't want less misunderstandings and involuntary, accidental assaults. Isn't that the goal, though? Oh, stealthing. Is there some? You know what? I'm not sure. Is there something with the ABBA allegations and stealthing? I can't remember. Let me let him I'll let him continue.
look, it looks like he's on the track to resign. And when he does, from what we know about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money. And he will be branded, let's call it what it is, a rapist for all time. And that is kind of what we're talking about.
Uh-huh. Yes. They're talking about this post-interview with Jake Tapper.
On the political implications, but the character of the person. I don't think he has particularly good character, personally, in terms of the way that...
But people are gonna call him a rapist forever. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it would suck to be known as a rapist. But you know what? You just shouldn't rape. You shouldn't rape. If you don't want to be known for something that you did, you shouldn't do it. It's not a false allegation. Hey, post hominid. I always find it interesting when people have smoke for Igo because she's really just here holding up a mirror. Thank you, Commodore. Yeah, this guy is an open right-winger, which is also fucking cringe.
He's acted here. But, you know, politics is not a character context. Were this really then... if it was, it wouldn't be good.
None of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Of course not. The question is...
Yes, no one cares if they're known as a rapist. It doesn't even matter if they're known as a rapist because it will not affect them. Literally, the only punishment for these exposed rapists, like long term, is that they have the title, that they have that associate. That's all. That's all that there is. Okay. Now, if you lose your supporters, if you do something and your supporters did not think it was something that you could ever do, and that's the reason they liked you in the first place, Destiny's fans do not like him because they thought he wasn't a rapist.
Is it a relevant detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context?
Exactly.
Oh, what's that, Ryan Grimm? I love how they're both in agreement here, and one of them is a right-winger and isn't even on the same fucking team. You dumb ass bitch. It's really anyone that has any interaction with any TYT people whatsoever, there's just something. I feel like maybe there's something in like the water of the office, the building.
You know, politics is not a character context. Were this really
Right.
that? If it was, it wouldn't be good.
None of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course not. The question is it a relevant detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context?
Exactly.
We just, give them all. The readers really need to know if he saw the text clarifying that she did not want him to come over. Or was he drunk driving to her house on the way to rape her already? That's important context. Thank you, Ryan Grimm.
Does it give you
Quite grim.
any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not...
You fucking rapist-loving freak. What a rape-loving freak. Let's hear that again.
So that as they are analyzing that should have been shared with readers, so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context.
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he was invited over?
Listen, we need to know the exact text. See, maybe... I mean, the glute massage. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, just say, damn, these allegations seem legitimate, and I'm sorry for promoting Grimm as a candidate. That's what other people said, but not Ryan Grimm. Misinterpreted that there was consent. How about this? You know what? Fuck you. How about, you know what? Fuck you. How about you get raped? How about you can yourself get raped, and everyone else, you just keep smiling, okay? And like, see your rapist wander around in positions of power. That's cool. Influence. Your entire existence is just a smudge on a good man's reputation. Okay, maybe not a good man, but but he wants Medicare for all. Need to go sit in a corner. Just be tossed in a corner like the fucking condom that he should have worn. Men, if you act, you are responsible. You are responsible. You drink and drive, and you kill someone. You're responsible for that. If you are too retarded to get consent from someone, you assaulted someone. Sucks. Sucks for them more than it sucks for you. But you have to be fucking responsible for yourself. Jesus. Just the whining. Oh, we shouldn't have to take responsibilities for my penis's actions. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Absolutely fucking not. And this guy, Sagar, he brings up at some point, I think, Aziz Ansari. As if the Aziz Ansari allegations were not good either. It was like he went out with this girl, I think maybe they went on a date, they went to maybe his house, and he was like just trying to wear her down and kept taking his dick out. I don't know. It was a weird story, but it was also a relatable story. It was a very specific kind of story. It's like, that's not, if someone says no, you shouldn't just keep trying to wear him down. But they do. And that's what we train boys to do. That is what we, from the beginning, the reason why people have to say no means no is because no one gives a fuck if you say no. Like, by the way, you know the word? You know the word, the actual word? No? You have to say that it actually means no? But it's, boys are groomed from the beginning to have their self-worth, their ego directly attached to their ability to have access to sex and the most of it. The most all the time. And if you don't want it and want it all the time from any eligible lady, then you are gay or something else. It's peer pressure. But you know what? Everyone has shit. Everyone has childhood trauma. You need to fucking deal with yours. That doesn't mean you can rape. He was shoving his fingers down her throat multiple times from her story. I don't remember that part. Hey, Marcus. Men are afraid to talk to women these days, said by the same people. You know what? Good. Good. That's great. If they're, listen. Good. Be more afraid. Be more afraid to be a stranger going up and accosting random women. All right? Like, if you are, like, the worst thing in the world is not that you won't have sex that one specific moment. That's not the worst thing that could happen. That's the worst thing that could happen for that guy, physically, in his mind. That's the worst case scenario. Oh, what if I miss out on my opportunity? I don't want to ask her for consent directly because then that'll make me gay. She won't want it anymore. No. This is a myth. I don't believe it. I do not fucking believe that there is anyone who, if you asked them for consent, they'd be like, ugh, I don't want this. This is, fuck this shit. You ruined it. Are there a handful of toxic women who have also been programmed to exist in this dynamic of wearing you down? I need to wear them down. Yes, that happens. Yes, that happens. Some people trying to play hard to get. Sure, that can happen. But also, then you could just not have sex. You could just skip that night. If you don't have clear consent, you can just not. That wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. The worst thing to happen would be for you to accidentally rape someone. You can just miss out. Just once. It's not the end of the fucking world. I think these guys read The Game by Neil Strauss and took the wrong lessons entirely. Well, including my one friend from back in the day when I was around, I think maybe 18, 19. and he flew to California to take classes from the hypnotism guy, one of the pickup artist guys, one of the main ones. He learned how to hypnotize women. You might say that sex is treated as a coming of age ritual, so a lot of guys get confused about the why. Well, yes, it's not even, the thing is, those women are not people to them. The whole point is like dehumanizing, objectifying. You don't care about a fucktoy's feelings. You just want the fucktoy to not sue you or get you arrested. They literally call women rape meat. People call women rape meat? I haven't, listen, rape meat is the new one for me. But it's like, do you know what that makes you? Yes, post hominid. Yes, that's what happened. Because he was trying to hypnotize me. I asked him to hypnotize me to make me like my boyfriend more at the time. Because he was so awesome and he was very cute, but I just didn't like him as much as I wanted to. So, yes. Someone in JSock's Kick Chat said it, and Chud says that. Shocking. I saw that Chud Logic has given up on going hatless. His head is turning into a strange shape. But yeah, these are people who you should be embarrassed to be. Like, that's not a functional person in society. When I said that's gross, Kilo said, who cares? It's a kick message. I feel like I don't know, Kilo seems like he's uncomfortable. Kilo said, who cares? It's a kick message. Like, sure, but can I not say it's gross? Yes, that's even more ridiculous. It's one thing, because I'm not going to tell anyone how to police their chat, right? Of course. But if you are policing someone not liking a chat, like, what is Kilo's investment in you shutting the fuck up? Shut up, you hysterical woman. Kilo, why are you nervous about standards changing in this space when it comes to women being seen as people? Because they are, and you are just literally stunted. Like, just because you are an adult man who is socially stunted and feels safe in a socially stunted space doesn't mean you're gonna become a reactionary or something. It's wild for you to want to be hypnotized into liking someone. Secondly, it's next level what that guy attempted to do to you. Yeah. It didn't work, but that could never have worked. There's no amount of hypnotism and magical powers that my friend could have done to put himself in my channel. Yeah, you have to protect his socially stunted space or he'll vote for Nazis, so you better be nice. Yes, this thing with fucking white men being like, well, you need to appeal to me because I am the average voter and I am the person, I do have privilege, so people do listen to me. His investment about the kick message was that Destiny was using it to go after JStock. What, for you to say that, what, because you said that something was gross in the chat, in JStock's chat? Like, did you say that in the chat? Oh, Kilo, were you upset that people called you a pedo for being a Mr. Girl fan because you aren't actually a rapist? These are questions to ask, honestly. In any case, all I'm not saying that Kilo has ever raped in his life. Has he? I have no idea. I don't know anything. I don't know. All I know is that he is definitely in danger of accidentally raping someone in the future because he is too retarded to understand if someone is consenting or not. Okay? I think that he should probably study and take a test. His investment about the kick message was that Destiny was using it to go after JStock, but all the other stuff, I have no idea why. Seems like, I don't know, seems like counter misogyny makes him uncomfortable. Destiny tweeted a screenshot of a JStock chatter saying rape me to say JStock is misogynistic. I said that's gross. Kilo says who cares? I would say who cares? Who cares about Destiny tweeting that screenshot? Who the fuck cares about that? Kilo's always been sexist to me. I don't know Kilo very much. But yeah, there are definitely a lot of fragile men who feel like they're in a safe space with all like the misogyny and racism and various types of bigotry, and they need to fucking seal clap at each other. Oh, so fucking based. Lol Indian. Lol gay. Lol trans. Lol black. Lol woman. You know? All of that. And it's so fucking cringe. It's like being stuck in a fucking college dorm as a fully adult person who knows how to take a shower in the especially in the presence of others. It's like being stuck in a fucking like a locker room with stinking, dirty, unwashed men. I feel attacked. It's okay, Paul. You know, and it's like, okay, it's time. It's time. It's over. You're an adult now. Get it together. Let me let him finish.
I don't. Politico, there was consent with, so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context.
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he was invited over?
Just fucking stumbling over his words. Yes, misogynist bigots aren't flexing their strengths, they're self-soothing their weakness. That's true. And like I said, I gave so much patience. I gave years of good faith and room for people to grow up and like move past this sophomoric existence, but they are not. And they are already adults, and it's my bad. Hey, it was an experiment, and now we know. Now we know. There are so many people in the world. There's so many people all around. You know, you are not necessary. You are not necessary, so you can't leverage your presence, okay? Your presence, your advocacy. Who the fuck cares? I'm still talking about Kilo, basically.
I don't. Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages.
Motherfucker.
Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like, it is just flat out false. There was an invitation.
Yeah. One of the key details where I was like, wow, this is devastating.
This is what we're doing for the stream. We're gonna be watching this in Malding. That's what's happening. I'll have to think of a title. I'm gonna pee, but yeah, so we'll be watching this. Here, let me share it. From the 3 hours of fake leftists sweeping for Graham Platner. Helps me to have someone like you to talk to about this stuff. It's we're getting back in touch with reality, okay? The way that we've contorted ourselves into these tiny little shapes because of these tiny little men. No more. Okay? It didn't work out. It didn't work. But now we know. Okay, I'll put on the Worm Finger song and I shall pee.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Freyr, and this is Moves to Make.
I could take some sleep, I could go lie down. I'm in so deep, a little broken now. I would love to close my eyes, but I've got moves to make. There's so much going on inside my head. The smallest things can make me cry. When I blink, I see flashes of my bed. Can't wait to give it a try. And though I wouldn't change this for the feel kinda like an oyster with no pearls. I could take some sleep, I could go lie down. Week after week, it's a constant sound. I would love to close my eyes, but I've got moves to make. I could take some sleep, I could go lie down. I'm in so deep, a little broken now. I would love to close my eyes, but I've got moves to make. I got moves to make.
It's mind-blowing. Researchers failed doing the worm finger. Experts agree that this is the biggest internet phenomenon. Oh, wow. Your move corrupting the youth.
1 minute. Yeah, just move that piece.
There is so much to do, so many things to little time. Trying not to miss out on anything.
What should it be? Leftist, quote unquote, who
I could take some sleep, I could go lie down. We kept
what could we call it? We call it like rape pilling. I think what they're doing is rape pilling. When they sweep for that,
I could take some sleep, I could go lie down. I'm in so deep, a little broken.
it's the end of the incel era for us. For us. You know why? Because this kind of thinking, this kind of rhetoric, here's the thing, we are right. The rape lovers are not correct. The bigots are not correct. That's the whole point. It's not like both sides thing, because fundamentally being a bigot is a destructive way of being. It is delusional to think that you are fundamentally better than someone else based on, being like Chud Logic and being white. It's deranged for Chud Logic to think that he's better than those he calls brown sludge. That's a crazy that's a crazy delusional thought to have, that he has value over any other single human around. It's just, I was giving people room to figure it out, but no. They're not ignorant. They are willful. And so this is below us. Okay, we don't have to entertain this forever. There are so many more conversations to have. There are so many more, why are we going to be sitting with diaper wearers forever? I am getting tired of daycare. Hey, Harry, did I say hello? When I think back on this stuff, I'm like, why the fuck did people say Turkey Tom was innocent? Because he has a BWC, don't you know? I can't get over Chud's journey. Oh, I saw, what was it? Oh, I think Queenman's watching Himbleton's video about Andrew Callahan, and I saw a bit of that. And Templeton played a clip of Chud. You know what? I'll pull it up just to show you the state of Chud Logic. I got jump scared. What is here? This? Okay.
Of the story, then, if it were
Streamer Chud Logic reviewed the film and noticed this now playing as well.
Okay, so
I don't know how someone can be so obviously hideous whilst being on such a small size camera. I don't know how that's even physically possible, but it's pretty impressive.
Okay, it seems like Bill Joyner's a pretty fundamental facet of the story. Then,
this is a man that thinks that he is better than other people.
The way Andrew presented it made it seem like it was a small little part of a broader narrative, but it seems pretty central to the...
like he looks like a gnome. He has a house. I remember him. That's another thing. He did the thing too, where he was like flexing on his chat about how he makes 6 figures and all that. I always thought that was crazy to do to your audience that are the people who give you money. How are you going to flex on people that are the reason why you were getting paid directly? Like how Ethan, we were watching him yesterday, tell Love and AB that the subs that they are getting, the memberships that they're getting are his memberships, that they should stream for free. It's like, damn, like they're counting money that they don't have any yet. What, he's at 600 now? What do you think he would compare himself with others on character? Character? Chud? Like who he would think is a principled person that's similar to himself? It's crazy because I felt like I was always taking the side of the victims, but being in that environment, I even let things go I shouldn't have. We are impacted by our environment, and that's why, again, it's been so important. It has been insanely important that we have been doing things that aren't just drama commentary stuff. You know? There are things out there that people make and it's fucking awesome. There's music. There's all kinds of media. And there's so much of that it's like, why are we going to stay in the mud? Like, I was just waiting for them to open the barn doors, guys. You know? I have not been trying to make content in a way that would maximize viewers, or, you know what I mean, catering to a specific kind of like content. You know, because I've been waiting for the doors to open, and now we are exiting the barn. There's so much more out there. Oh, I'm saying he can't compare himself to others on character. He would end it all. Oh, yes. People who have to compare themselves to other people and say they're better based on like race, gender, etc. That means they have nothing to be proud of. They don't have an identity. I was acting out of fear, like appeasing the left-wing guys because I was scared of the growing right. Yeah. But I should have just held the line. Well, to be fair, what line? What line is there even to be held? That's why I'm like, I cannot count on anyone to be aligned with me. So I will just always place myself where I want to be, or where I think I will be useful for me to be. And then if it feels not useful anymore, I will place myself otherwise. We're kind of powerless. Well, no. Because it's like, what is the... I think that have to like broaden our horizons of a perspective of what goals would even be. Like, powerless to what? To make immature, stunted, immature, stunted men self-aware, interested? If we could plant a seed, goes back to what I was talking to Brooks about. If we could literally plant a seed of curiosity in these people, like genuine curiosity and interest in the world, in something that is creative, something that builds upon something, being a part of something larger than themselves. I think that could do a lot of good, but we can't change any hearts and minds. All that I think that all that I see is providing information, examples, just, do the best you can with whatever's in front of you. Move towards a direction. You never know what's gonna happen. That's what I was telling myself, because Queeman is charismatic and good at arguing. I figured I could plant seeds with him, and it worked maybe 1 out of 10 times. Well, I mean, that's like the soil also matters, obviously. You don't know what's gonna stick. That's the way it is with planting seeds in general. I think you really never know. So you can't like count on anyone in particular. That's why I have this is our present era. I've gone through many different eras, but my present era of engagement is when it comes to someone that isn't like so fundamentally, like, some doesn't think that texting about needing a glute massage is consent to get raped, or that, not seeing that she didn't want him to come over is invitation to enter her house and also her. This is my strategy. The Mr. Girl Wick child molestation impression.
Okay, well, so this is a penis, and you
don't have to touch it if you don't want to, but if you do, here it is.
For you.
This is my opinion. This is my perspective. You don't have to do anything with it. But if you are interested, here it is. Maybe it'll be useful, maybe not. But either way, it'll, I'll learn something about you. It'll reveal, if you engage, it reveals stuff about both of us. I think your approach is the best, especially if you don't want to waste your time on people. Yeah, I wasted so much time on people, which I think was good, because now I feel like I wasted more time than is reasonable. So it's completely reasonable for me to not waste any more. That's how Aika wants men to ask for consent. Listen, that was wick to a child. But you know what? That's better than Graham Platner. But also that would be pretty funny. Okay, let me go back to this.
Disinvited by the subsequent.
So what should my rape loving leftists?
Text messages. Uninvited. Affirmatively wrote.
Disinvited, uninvited. We need to know the specific wording in her text that he may or may not have seen when he was on his way to rape.
In its article, that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Yes. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like it is. It's just flat out false. There was
uninvited is false? What do you mean? Hello, I'll just write the names. Ryan Grimm loves. I will just add people's names to the title. So far, Ryan Grimm loves rape. This guy, I don't give a fuck about him.
Uninvited.
Right.
You could invite it over. I don't. Politico affirmatively wrote in its article.
I'm almost out of edibles. I don't know what to do.
That he was
Next.
uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like it is just flat out false.
That should be that's actually yes. And your environment, it does shape you. It does shape you. And so there are people who aren't that great, but who are made better you know, by a higher standard of person around. I'm sure, I don't know what Ryan Grimm was like before. I don't know if we just didn't know that much about him. But don't let people who have low standards bring the overall standard down with them any further than it already is. What's the difference between disinvited and uninvited?
There was consent, whether or not he was invited over. I don't. Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like it is just flat out false. There was an invitation.
Yeah. One of the key details where I was like, wow, this is devastating, is
What? Oh, disinvite is to withdraw a previously extended invitation. Uninvite means no invitation was ever sent. Ryan Grimm is very defensive that Graham Platner was invited or could have reasonably interpreted something as an invite. Her text after it happened. No. He's talking about like invite, like the original. So when they were texting, she didn't want him to come over. Something about a glute massage, said that she needed her glutes massaged and maybe he misinterpreted. I don't know. I don't remember the exact. We should look at the specific wording. But in any case, she wasn't inviting him over. And she thought, but he might have taken one of the messages as an invitation, and she followed it up with an explicit, I don't want you to come over. So Ryan Grimm is nitpicking about whether or not she may have accidentally invited him, and he just didn't see that she disinvited him. She texted, I need a glute massage. Platner misinterpreted it as an invitation. She said, no, don't come over. And he still did. Yes. Which is why this is so fucking crazy. This is why, like, having these conversations, when I see someone and they're being weaselly and they're dancing around, I want to have that conversation because there's shit to reveal there. How are they defending that? Exactly. Like, but this is the level that we're at. This shouldn't even be like, why are you, Ryan Grimm, on Breaking Points, discussing with this right-wing freak Sagar about how Politico, they lied. They said that he was uninvited. No, he was disinvited. Yeah. She didn't extend an invitation. Platner being excited about butts isn't an invitation. Exactly. This is not, I'm over it. I'm over letting a single man, especially a white, liberal, leftist, whatever the fuck, man, play these games. No. Just be like IRI and say that you believe the woman, but you think if he just says sorry, then he can move, and that it was a long time ago, he can keep going. This is the thing. Overall, all the dangers in the world, the framing of what's dangerous in the world, and what's reasonable to be afraid of, is in the context of a guy like this. Okay? A white man. They cannot get away with being babied anymore. Okay, you have to take responsibility. If you accidentally rape someone, well, sucks to fucking suck. You should be better. Why should men be infantilized into everyone accepting that, ooh, sometimes someone will just misunderstand you and you'll be raped? Why? Get it together. It's pathetic. They are so used to being coddled. And no, it's time to take responsibility. If you are too retarded to figure out if someone's consenting or not, you should not be able to have sex. It's irresponsible. Yeah, if you're pregnant, personal responsibility. If you rape someone, they should be more clear. Exactly. But no more.
None of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course.
Everything afterwards is... What happened after? Huh? You mean when he drove there drunk, entered her home uninvited? And entered her as well? Yeah? Cool.
It's not the question.
Once again, I think that there are a lot of these men that would benefit from, a simulation. Like that guy, that fucking Graham Platner, Marine Blackwater guy, that fucking guy. They have no concept of what it's like to not feel physically safe. And I really, really, really wish that they would. I wish that there was a little button that I could press, just point and press at a man like this that is defending rape and just make him feel unsafe. Unsafe. I want you to feel small. I want you to feel overpowered. I want you to feel disgusted. I want you to feel invaded. I want you to feel like you might die. A trigger, that's true. I want a trigger button.
Is it a relevant detail
Nope.
that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing how they feel about the situation, they can take it all into context?
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was...
When Ika is running for president and the oppos dig this up, I will accuse them of using AI to fabricate it. I feel like there's a lot of other stuff that would be pulled up. What would be the first thing? I mean, obviously never, but if my ops, if I had ops for some reason, what's the first thing they would pull out? Because my ops are too stupid to do anything other than be stoned, sends too many DMs.
consent, whether or not he was invited over. I don't. Politico
Used to microdose?
affirmatively wrote
Okay.
Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not any clues.
We need the context clues. We need to know the context clues so that we can try to interpret for ourselves how Graham Platner the rapist interpreted those texts in the moment. Your most recent kick clip would be pulled up. Which one is that?
I'm married to. I'm married to. And Mayor Nagin and James Garville.
More mentions of potential incest.
Everybody hated.
The dick pic retaliation story might come up. Hey, that's a cautionary tale for all of you. And by you, I mean, you know, them.
Into context.
Exactly.
Does it give you any clues into how Graham Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he was invited over?
Whether or not there was consent. Remember Ted Cruz saying we gotta stop attacking pedophiles? Not specifically, but I'm certain. Listen, what's worse than being called a pedophile? Nothing. Nothing. Being called a pedophile is worse than being a pedophile.
I don't. Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
Politico said that he never was invited at all, but I think that there's room for misunderstanding and misinterpretation. Literally, actually, into the karmic wheel.
You could say he
Hey,
was
vodka.
disinvited by the subsequent text message.
Oh, yes, Ryan Grimm.
Politico affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
You could say he was disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like it is just flat out false. There was an invitation.
Yeah. One of the key details where I was like, wow.
Why does that matter, though? Oh, because, like, not that that justifies it. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You are literally justifying. It's just not gonna work if you're direct because you're full of shit. If someone refuses to speak plainly, they're hiding something.
Oh, this is devastating. Is you told me the therapist verified her comments. And that didn't happen.
Right.
That wasn't in the story.
Her therapist didn't even verify.
Right.
That's pretty
That was the rumor. That was the rumor.
That was the
before
rumor
the
that was
story
going
came out.
around, was that the therapist could verify that at a time before he ran for office that she could verify her allegation. And that's not what happened. And
Verify her allegation how?
If you hear Adam Wren from Politico discussing it, the therapist confirmed that they discussed
that's
this.
not what they wrote.
But they should have written that in their article
Exactly.
then.
So he is saying something which did not appear in their story, which is why I think, again, this is where the rumor mill actually got past what was written. Because when I read that, and I'm assuming the editors, you know, something like this, you go through with a fine-tooth comb because your ass is getting sued if you get a single detail wrong.
So she wrote basically. Do you remember me sharing these details with you? And the therapist wrote back with a general comment on how women should be believed and she should be believed and she should be applauded for
but
her
that's
courage.
not the same thing.
She should be applauded for her courage. That sounds like confirmation. I feel like I feel like that's I mean, I imagine there could be reasons why a therapist wouldn't want to specifically get involved in this way, complications. But, I mean, applauding her for her courage, that sounds pretty confirming.
That's not
Yeah, that's
confirming.
the same thing.
And they don't report it in their article as confirming, but then they say in interviews that they did, which is, again, people like, we're in an era where people are losing trust in media.
Yes.
And
Oh, I wonder why.
what are we doing?
I think that the two primary villains here, New York Times for the way they handled this, and then CNN and Politico, all three of those, because they did not present.
And Graham for being a dog.
Well, oh yeah.
For being a dog. Disgusting. That's not even a thing that people say. People will call a man a dog in an affectionate way. J-Stock was annoying with me all this fake condescending we believe women thing, but we need to ponder about his intent. With J-Stock saying we believe women. I mean, I don't believe anybody. I just take a look and see who seems sneaky. It's like what happened with Tara Reid when she came out about Biden. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Graham, I mean, again, I said it before in our previous block. Take it as a lesson, guys. Clean living will get you a clean life. And if you want to run for office,
clean living. Wow. Epic. Well, I skipped to the end. But we'll go to the beginning. But yeah, you never know anything about any people who are public figures until they open their mouth and they start yapping about something that you might have never, until it comes down to it. So always be suspicious about people who try to shut down conversations, like actual conversations. People who don't actually want to engage in nuance, and they only talk about nuance when it comes to being understanding about a situation being complicated where someone's already hurt. When J-Stock was covering Platner, he had a "We Believe Women" disclaimer because all these traumatized, hysterical women can't have a conversation and need throat clears. Is the second part said? And when Kilo was arguing with me, he started it off with, "I respect women." Shut up. When I said that's condescending, he said, "But if I don't say that, people will accuse me of rape apologia." That is so fucking interesting. That is extremely telling. If you can't say your take and if you need to add a caveat that, "Oh, a performative, I respect women, guys. I respect," because otherwise you sound like a rape apologist. That's just what you're doing, you fucking loser. That's so pathetic. Yeah, I have to say this for the optics. Optics cucking has mind raped all of those fucking guys. Commentary men have been fully mind raped by optics arguments. That's what I mean. They think they can say, "I believe women," and then say anything they want. Yeah, just don't say it. Let your words stand on their own and take the challenges as they come. Like, I'm more suspicious of you, actually. If someone literally says, "I respect women, but that means they do not respect women. Because women are people. Women are individuals. If you are like, I respect and believe women, like, and you say that as just like a general wave towards a group, a big glob of this thing, this entity called women, you are not acknowledging that women are people. When I was trying to explain this, I had Morale and Gamma pestering me. Was this in JStock's chat? Does Morale need to go in the bad cat house? Morale is, Morale is Morale. So, oh, in Snarky chat, they were just being annoyed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of feces particles in that sandbox, really. I'm rooting for Mao, but he's a borderline sex pest. I mean, yeah. That's the thing. That is the thing. If I had tried to hint at them to stop before, I should have been more direct. I feel like they will... Then they will... I think... Yeah, Sidonia. I never thought Morale was good. He can be funny and he hates a lot of the same people as me, though. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But there's so much more to be done. So many things to enjoy. Versus trying to explain to stunted adult men that you are also a kind of person and not a secondary kind of person. But let's start watching this from the beginning. Just skip around through this 3 hours. Here's the link. It's on Sunday's channel. This shit entered my dreams the other day. Oh, let me do a small shill, guys. You like the stream? You want more streams to happen? Consider becoming a member, gifting a membership. If you have a Twitch Prime you're not going to use anywhere else, you could use it here. We are 4 numbies away from Frankie getting on camera and doing numbies and getting her favorite meat paste. And $39 minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats away from continuing to watch Supernatural. And I encourage everyone to join us afterwards on Kick to watch Supernatural. If you can, if you feel like it. If you cannot or do not feel like it, thank you for being here. Please like the stream, and you can catch up with everything on my Patreon. Thank you to my paid patrons who make it possible for me to have everything at free tier. So check it out. Catch up. Lots of stuff. Okay.
As you can tell, I am not President Sunday, and this is not a usual President Sunday video. This is a compilation of 4 channels who have all glazed Graham Platner relentlessly, up to and including the most recent allegations which forced him to drop out of the race. We created this compilation out of an interest in getting a rough idea of how often these people ignored red flags only to wave a big white one themselves when Platner's public perception changed. The 4 channels we'll be looking at today are Majority Report, Secular Talk, The Young Turks, and Breaking Points. Not every single single video by these creators is
Med check.
included, seeing as I have organized this compilation by controversy. As a result, I tried to focus more on finding comments mainly pertaining to Platner's scandals. The cut is roughly sectioned off to follow the timeline of Platner's controversies. However, this wasn't always possible, and so you will find some overlap in subject material. I've also included as many of the relevant reactions as possible to the sexual assault allegations which ended with Platner dropping out. This is my first time making a compilation like this, and I was at a disadvantage because of how quickly I wanted to get this out. So this is by no means a complete collection of clips, and I do suggest doing more of your own research and seeing what else you can find out there if you feel so compelled. Here's a couple highlights of things I noticed going through all of this stuff. Out of all 4 channels, Kyle Kalinske from Secular Talk is probably the most pathetic, to the point where I might actually just make a second compilation of just him. There are so many videos.
I don't think I was even, I think I was asleep during the times when he was, you know, when his parts were playing, so.
With him glazing Platner that I just couldn't include here because they're irrelevant to the controversies. Kyle really was just on this guy's dick for weeks on end. Of course, when the final nails started getting hammered in the coffin, Kyle just put out a short video explaining the allegations, said that Platner was probably going to drop out, and seemingly has no intention of ever bringing it up again, which I can't blame him for, because I'd also be embarrassed if I was him. But not even Kyle stooped as low as TYT or Ryan Grimm from Breaking Points, who both put a lot more effort into throwing doubt on the allegations of sexual assault levied at Platner by Rassico. In the making of this video, I have collected a bunch of phrases, deflections, and counter-arguments that have been said and made by all 4 of these channels. So many, in fact, that you can easily turn it into a drinking game by taking a shot every time a pundit sweeps for Platner in some way. However, we here on the President Sunday YouTube channel do recognize the irony of trying to get you blackout drunk in light of the revelation that being in such a state can be cited as an excuse for breaking into a home and sexually assaulting someone.
Yeah,
so
true.
Here's a bingo card. Available on Sunday's
bingo card. Cites personal experience being canceled. Janet Mills is worse. Mention Oppo research. Appeals to pragmatism. Blackwater radicalized him. He said so. 4-time illegal war participator cope. Guys, he said he changed in a Reddit post. Those problematic Reddit posts are so old. He said he was a communist on Reddit. This is totally different from Fetterman. He's just a normal American guy. What's the alternative? Look at the polls. It worked for Trump. Why do Republicans get to rape but not us? It's all because he's anti-Israel. Wasn't his accuser Republican? The left needs to get off their high horse. He has PTSD, you sick fuck. Oh, what? You hate veterans now? He didn't know it was a Totenkopf. It's a Palantir op. People can change. The left just hates him for being white. You know what? I will, I'll screenshot it.
Patreon. That's where I'm telling him to put the bingo card. And he better do it because I put a lot of work into it and my feelings will be very hurt. Speaking of the Patreon, please go he better do it because available on Sunday's Patreon.
I am a Patreonin of Sunday.
That's where I'm telling him to put the bingo card. And he better do it because I put a lot of work into it and my feelings will be very hurt. Speaking of the Patreon, please go check out President Sunday's Patreon as well as the Discord. You can find links for both of those in the description to this video. Make sure to also give me feedback on how you like this video, whether or not you want more content like this, and who
I enjoyed it very
make
much.
a compilation on next. Lastly, I could not have done this without the help of President Sunday's community, specifically Gengaros, who was a huge help in sourcing the original content all of these clips came from. So huge shout out to Gengaros for their help, and I hope to work with them again.
Let's see. New. Okay. What? Oh, never mind. I'm just silly. Never mind. Continue.
Patreon. That's where I'm telling him to put the bingo card. And he better do it because I put a lot of work into it and my feelings
We
will
will
be very
do
hurt. Speaking of the Patreon, please go check out President Sunday's Patreon as well as the Discord. You can find links for both of those in the description to this video. Make sure to also give me feedback on how you like this video, whether or not you want more content like this, and who we should make a compilation on next. Lastly, I could not have done this without the help of President Sunday's community.
What did you do when you worked at TYT? Okay. I started off just being there in this like a back part of this studio space, which like kind of looked like a school gym. And I can't remember. I think Cheng like just pointed at me and he's like, "We'll find something for you to do." The TYT backrooms, like seriously. I was like, it's gonna be real awkward when they see my Anna Kasparian coverage.
Specifically Gengarus, who was a huge help in sourcing the original content all of these clips came from. So huge shout out to Gengarus for their help, and I hope to work with them again soon on another project like this. Without any further delay, thank you so much, and enjoy.
Exciting to see Platner already out there, thousands of people in Maine going and hearing him speak and giving him standing ovations. Really impressive stuff. And Brian's just beaming. I'm fired up. Now is a good time.
I would say the thing that I will say is it would be nice to have like the date and like the date and source on this screen, right? Remind me, or you remind me to say this, or you say it. Yeah, ideally have somewhere in the corner the date this happened and like the source of where you got it from, like whether it's the, you know, just right where, what stream it was or what video it was.
Time to go and show your support for Platner.
Yep.
This is the time where if there is an opportunity to give him at least a, you know, breathing room in this primary, now is a great time to go and show support.
He benefits a lot from a head start and crowding out the rest of the field. I mean, what's been so encouraging is that he's not even talking about the other Democrats in the race. From what I've seen so far, for the most, and there are a few, they're just very lower name recognition, and Janet Mills is the highest name recognition who could jump in. But he's basically already running against Susan Collins. Platner creating this sense that like this is already a race between him and Collins allows people to imagine for more.
The latest in the Platner saga, and we should say, like, you know, I said this this is obviously Oppo research. It was dumped. I think there's 2 or 3 things.
Okay. It would be a lot of help to have a date here. Here, let me raise this. Do you have to talk to Jimmy Dore or Cheng? There was no Jimmy Dore. And I didn't have a real conversation. I just remember Cheng pointing at me and be like, we'll find something for you to do. But I think I was just there with someone else, maybe, that worked there? I can't remember exactly. I just remember that part. I had a dream. Yeah, while I was watching this 3-hour compilation of leftists sweeping for Graham Platner, I had a dream that I started working at TYT. God.
things as the meta story.
Oh, okay. Op. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Oh God. There's still a fire bat. Okay. I will. Let's see. Does it have to be Palantir or just op? The personality higher in your own dream. True. Shit, where? Is it this? Mention oppo research. I'm gonna do this as we, and I'll just layer them over on top of each other for however long we do this. Let's see, blending mode. Screen. I want us to be able to see it still. Dead air. I'm just letting it happen. I also did take more edible. I don't know how much exactly. You know what? We'll just do it like this. Now that just looks like shit. Okay. Okay. Opposition research.
Story. Like, you know, I said this is obviously Oppo research. It was dumped. I think there's two or three things as the meta story around it is important to note. They don't dump opposition research this early in a campaign unless they feel incredibly desperate. Mills must have had internal polling that showed her like the race completely out of reach. There are two options in Maine in this primary race, and it's Platner and it's Mills. And the idea that Janet Mills could beat Susan Collins is absurd. It's patently absurd. I understand she's won governor 2 times in a row. She's older than Collins. I think it's absurd, because she's not offering anything that differentiates her from her.
Polls, true.
She herself said that she's doing a good job.
And even his Blackwater stint, you know, we were talking a little bit off air. Is this not common, Brian, with people who don't have, you know, are like trying to find work after being in the military?
Specifically the infantry. I mean, what you got to understand is that
So many. It's too fast. It's happening too fast. Military. Would it be veterans or Blackwater radicalized him? Blackwater one?
Differentiates her from her. She herself said that she's doing a good job.
And even his Blackwater stint, you know, we were talking a little bit off air. Is this not common, Brian, with people who don't have, you know, are like trying to find work after being in the military?
Specifically the infantry.
Yes, thank you. I need you to point out these specifics.
I mean, what you got to understand is that you're not
Bottom left too. Well, I'm sure we'll get to the veteran.
not really, you don't have much of a job skill when you leave the infantry. And so if you're trying to make money and you're getting at that's such an easy pipeline, because like, what else are you going to do?
And he quit after 6 months and spoke about it as something that radicalized him.
Okay, there we go. That's the proper one. I feel like we can hold out for the hate veterans one.
So Bernie Sanders does very well in Maine. The more populist anti-establishment type politics do really well in Maine. And that's why Bernie Sanders is standing by Graham Platner so aggressively. And I agree with his decision. And I think that this explanation from Platner makes total sense. I think it's entirely reasonable that he maybe didn't know the origin. I didn't know when I saw it.
I didn't know. I didn't know what it was. I wasn't paying attention really, so I didn't know what to think, but I think, you know, what are the fucking chances? Okay. There's no world in which he doesn't know what it means. And that whoever suggested that they all get the same tattoo wasn't, there's no way he didn't know he wasn't a Nazi.
I mean, I think I'm fairly well educated. I didn't know that was that kind of symbol. And then also, if you think you're going...
Yeah, but like, are you off doing those things and murdering people?
Going through these kinds of screenings with the government, you might just assume, especially if you and your other friends have matching tattoos, that it's okay. Look, the discourse on Twitter or within like leftist kind of circles on the internet is just not matching what we're seeing in Maine in terms of the poll numbers. And if you look into like the crosstabs of who Platner is appealing to, it's like some of the best numbers I've seen for a primary candidate that speaks about like Medicare for all and billionaires in this way.
I think what I'll do is for each clip, when it moves on to the next portion or clip or person, then I'll start layering the X's.
Rebuild the Democratic Party in a way that isn't these like focus tested, squeaky clean, professional class candidates that always underperform in states like Maine.
He's had this tattoo for 18 years, I guess. And again, this is a piece of evidence that one could say, like, you know, trying to get a sense of like who the guy actually is. But we also have access to all of these posts that he made on Reddit for the past 10 years in this, you know, sort of like a comment dump. And there's nothing that would substantiate any concept of being a Nazi to the extent that we can make an assessment of any of that stuff and characterize it within that. Is the vast majority of his anti-Nazi stuff.
At this point, we're going to move on from the tattoo and the biography and have a race. If people want to cling on to those things for 8 months, you know, be my guest. But I mean, I don't think this podcast is a great platform for that.
We're not going to just dismiss people because they're veterans or something like that.
Yep, we got there. I feel like Emma Vigeland is like was a beloved figure.
Maybe some things in their history that they'll have to explain.
Wait, Reddit too? She said Reddit. Wait, they said Reddit.
The vast majority of his anti-Nazi stuff. At this point, we're going to see that he made on Reddit for the past 10 years in this, you know, sort of like a comment dump. And there's nothing that would substantiate any concept of being a Nazi to the extent that we can make an assessment of any of that stuff and characterize it within that. Is the vast majority of his anti-Nazi stuff.
We're going to move on from the tattoo and
Or
the
it's not. This was before the rape story. I think this is before the most recent rape story. It's McMad that put this together, right? In the beginning, it's McMad, right? It's McMad, right? If it's before, then it's a lot more forgivable, frankly. This is probably early. I think McMad said that if that's who it is, said that these are like in order of occurrence with some crossover, but so
biography and have a race. If people want to cling on to those things for 8 months, be my guest. But I mean, I don't think this podcast is a great platform for that.
We're not going to just dismiss people because they're veterans or something like that.
Yeah,
there may be
there's
some things in their
veterans.
history that they'll have to explain. It may not necessarily be that squeaky clean, especially because there's no equivalent.
I get very irritated at people getting irritated saying like what, just because someone's not squeaky clean? Bitch, no. Obviously no one is squeaky clean. That's not the issue here. I don't like it. It like, that's like the transition point. I'm not saying that it's happening to Emma. But like, this is where it goes, the transition into converting into a different kind of reactionary state of mind. You know?
Left-wing oppo research dump capacity for these centrist candidates that can be deployed on them in this way. People have to understand that this is specific to Maine and their political environment, and this is a much more rural state. And in the same way that,
like, you don't have to say it like that, and to say like, oh, why do you guys keep talking about this thing that you acknowledge is worthwhile to discuss?
you had a lot of liberals get upset that Bernie Sanders is a little more Second Amendment than Hillary Clinton was in 2016. Platner is going to be more of a Maine kind of rural Democrat, and folks should probably try to accept that, because we're trying to elect the people that are most likely to vote to end the genocide in Gaza, to vote to raise taxes on billionaires, and to make this country more livable for everybody. And I just, I want us to be more strategic here and in our coalition understanding.
It's the shut up thing. I don't know if any of the so far they're just talking about the tattoo, so I don't know about any allegations, but there's more. This is, it might only be the stuff they mentioned so far. 2 weeks ago, MR clip, Graham Platner must drop out. Is that the most recent, when they ditched him?
That a Democrat like Zoran's politics aren't going to look exactly the same as Platner's and his platform.
Like I understand, but it's, my issue is like the shut up attitude. Like, I can understand they can maybe be frustrating to repeat yourself. don't know. Like, yeah, okay, you have to repeat yourself, but I don't think that, like, new people with new concerns, people just, like, talking, I think it's fine for people to, like, talk about it. As far as I know, MR flipped on Platner after the Politico article. Emma actually debated Ryan about the situation. Where's that? I'd like to see that. When did that happen?
But the important fundamental foundation is what's key, which are the things I just mentioned.
Oh, here.
Going after, taxing the rich aggressively and reorienting our
later
foreign
on.
policy in a way so that we're not committing genocide. And I am convinced that he is by far the best candidate still in that race to do that.
Anyway, the attack is now that he joined a socialist paramilitary group. So we're...
I would also, but here's also the other, there's one other argument. It is extremely important in this election.
I'll make sure that we go to it. We watch it. I'll make sure that we watch that regardless of how much we watch or don't watch.
For the Democrats to make ground, if not take the Senate as well.
Yeah, we'll watch Emma versus Ryan Grimm before we're done with this. I think this is what I'm gonna do for the rest of the stream until we watch Supernatural if we get the goal.
And
Platner is running on a platform of small dollar contributions. Do we suddenly not care about that? Another thing. Do we suddenly not care about the fact that you have these publications running with this right-wing, that magazine that had that anonymous
Jewish
quote by
Insider.
him, Jewish Insider? This is coming from Zionists in many ways. I would not be shocked. It's at the very least coming from moneyed interests. But it's not a coincidence that these attacks are ramping up as he's been so unequivocal about the ending the genocide in Gaza. We have to be more disciplined as a movement and not fall for this kind of stuff immediately. But let's...
we have to be disciplined as a movement. You can't. It's like I feel like it's okay. I feel like it's kind of like how Ethan Klein and Chud Logic and all the people that talk about like other people's money as if it's already their money. It's kind of like that. A movement, you can't really corral people. You can make a case, but these are all individuals, trying to corral people into just going along with it and shutting down a conversation out of convenience that's not helpful to do, especially it's because he's anti-Israel. Yes, true. It's all because he's anti-Israel. But yeah, it's like counting the chickens in your movement before your chickens have committed to you. And the left needs to get off their high horse. Seriously, like you're just creating a fucking straw man of a privileged cis white voter that is the one, like a Karen that's saying these things instead of people having like legitimate concerns and being willing to discuss them. I can understand being frustrated, repeating yourself, but that's kind of what, it's like your job, right? Really helpful. Just a thought. But I'm not always the most helpful either.
Let's throw veterans under the bus as a political movement. That seems really smart. That's how we win. We do a 50-state Democratic Party now, is we throw veterans under the bus. Apparently.
Pat from Michigan.
We already got the veterans now. Oh, what? You hate veterans now? But I won't count it doubled.
I feel like your defense of Platner is too focused on what's in his heart. One of bigger issues, it will be easy for the GOP to explain away the Nazis in their myths when they can just say, why can the Dems forgive and forget? We can't. We might know
because
that argument
is not making watermelon jokes. Sorry.
Yes, listen, again, I said this the other day about Heg's DSA Aaron in Atlanta. Very disappointed of MR.
Oh, also, please like the stream. There are 10 people who have not liked this stream yet, and I would just like to point out that if you don't like the stream, you are proclaiming that you are a Ryan Grimm fan, and you also love rape. Not just a fan, but also fan of rape.
Crew defending Platner. He's a war criminal and a baby killer. 4 tours. Disappointed. Listen, again, I said this the other day about Heg's DSA Aaron in Atlanta. Very disappointed of MR crew defending Platner. He's a war criminal and a baby killer. 4 tours in Blackwater. All the normal guys get out after 1 tour. He did 4. Dude is a
I don't think that's
idiot.
factually
What are you
accurate.
talking about? During the war, a lot of people weren't even allowed to be discharged. They were kept on hold and redeployed over and over and over again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Cole, when I
don't know how any of that stuff works. Like when they say, like, so I don't know how long he was doing anything anywhere in regards to killing people. Oh, there you go. Yeah, true. 4-time illegal war participator cope. They got that in there. Before the end of the clip. That was like 7 minutes. Yeah. But, constructive criticism. I think I don't think the answer is to make excuses for it. I think that what you would say is, these are reasonable concerns to have. But, and then you say your conclusion. Because people will say things about me, talking shit about Destiny here. People will say things everywhere.
Deployed over and over and over again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Cole, when I was a kid, I had a shirt with a skull and bones that I thought was cool. I mean, my own personal opinion is that he probably figured out what it was several years ago, but was also like, well,
Did you ask? Could you ask? I would ask. Have they ever interviewed him? They didn't vet the dude and got burnt. Yeah, they heard, and also, the thing with Graham Platner is he seems like he's just overall full of shit in a multitude of ways. So it's like, I wouldn't even... Like, he doesn't seem like a guy you could trust to even hold to a platform. Like, he's saying the things that people want to hear. And that's why they supported him throughout all of these individual scandals until the hardcore rape that, certain people like Ryan Grimm still sweat for.
It's not like I can justify this to me. speaking to himself, and anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Nazi. So am I really going to go and pay for this thing to get all screwed up? That's
Get paid for this thing to get screwed up. Have you seen it? It looks like a black blob. You know, it's like the ink is all mushed together. It doesn't look good. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. Again, mea culpa would be the best course of action. Yeah, there are just so many things. All the things that people will say instead of just being like, my bad. I want to see what I want to see what his tattoo looks like. Oh, he got it covered up. What is happening? I mean, it looks terrible both ways. Yeah, it looks terrible. I don't know what the fuck this is now. I mean, I'm sure it is, but it looks like shit. I don't even know what this is. Yeah. 5-legged dog turtle. That's true. That is totally what that looks like.
my guess. Or the guy's not going to be wearing it at a wedding.
But I mean, you don't have to do all this fantasize. I do a speculation and completely, just guessing. Like in general, but you don't need to be presenting. You, Sam Cedar, don't need to be making fan fiction about how Graham Platner's inside reasoning, like in his head, only in his head reasoning for not covering up the tattoo, because we don't know, and it doesn't matter, does it?
Speaking to himself, and anybody who knows me knows I'm not a Nazi. So am I really going to go and pay for this thing to get all screwed up? That's my guess. Or the guy's not going to be wearing it at a wedding where his sister-in-law is Jewish, and I imagine she invited her family. Like if he knew at that time.
Why would he care? Why would he care? I do not think he would care.
Or felt.
I don't think he's concerned about. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's concerned about anything.
Like it was obvious. He probably would have been a little bit like, I don't want to create.
This is another terrible, terrible defense. That's like what people, the thing with Destiny and Rose being 17. Well, he's the one that got her doxxed, and if he knew that she was 17, why would he try to get Kiwi Farms why did he get Kiwi Farms to dox her? Why would he? Obviously, he didn't know, because he couldn't possibly be so stupid. Yeah, seems like though.
A problem for my brother. My sister-in-law's family is going to go back and going like, why was that shirtless Nazi singing at the wedding? I just don't.
Did any of them even say anything?
Yeah,
Probably not.
I mean, but also, if you guys haven't seen that before, why would they? This is all just very unnecessary. Like, none of this needs to happen.
Just don't think any of that it makes sense, frankly. I mean, but yeah. I mean, go ahead.
I'm all for letting people speak for themselves. If I grapple a bit with whether or not I should defend people on their behalf, but when it comes to public figures at this level, it's simply up to them. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, you can have, I feel like this is a, you know, this is a discussion that you would have, you know, between you and another person, your thoughts, your, you know, I mean, not like, if you bring this to the show, then you're gonna have to contend with people who are not happy with it. You know, people are not happy when they see sweeping, so it's best to just not sweep. Yeah.
You know, I 100% agree. I mean, it's just, to me, it seems
Like, it's not always helpful to, like, I say whatever I think and feel on stream, but they're like, if you are trying to be productive, like, you can take different angles on something. If it's serious, this was a serious election that really wanted to happen. If you wanted to be the most productive, then you could have been more intentional with the way you handled the conversation with your viewers, you know?
so many people talk about, like, oh, he should have known, or there's no way he couldn't have known. Nobody knew. And 20 years ago, nobody was thinking about fascism. Everything was war on terror. Nobody's paying attention. These guys are, you know, high school diplomas coming out, going into what's basically, especially if you're going into the combat arms infantry, you're going into like a frat house environment, right?
Here's why I'm very, very skeptical of that charge, because for two reasons. One,
we have to, let's not forget the fucking bingo card.
we know that he has written, and people, if they're really actually interested and invested in what was in his Reddit, they would know at this point, or they should know, that he wrote that his time in the military radicalized him. And
I guess oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. We're changing color. Yes, Blackwater radicalized him. Also, I think communists on Reddit counts. You know? But he re-upped and joined as a contractor. Guys, he said he changed. Oh, that too. People can change. Is that it? Oh, the left needs to get off their high horse. That was like a... What's a bingo? Oh yeah, this way. This way. There's bingo. just between those two clips. Oh, the high horse should be should be from the other one, right? Hey, Private Huff. We don't, okay. We don't have a bingo within the same clip is what, like, okay, we have an official bingo, but, the edible's extra kicking in now. But yes, I will note when we get one all within the same clip.
He wrote that his was in his Reddit. They would know at this point, or they should know, that he wrote that his time in the military radicalized him. And you know, looking back on it, there were things that he was proud of in terms of his relationships with the Afghani people. There was other things.
He was I mean, you can say that you're proud of your relationships with the Afghani people, but ultimately, I mean, they don't want you there, do they? I mean, like, none of this had to be said, you know? None of this had to be said. Hey, Whisper. I'll put that for people can change.
That he felt horrible about. But here's the amazing thing. I haven't heard a single thing about Seth Moulton being a baby killer. He also served.
Oh, God. There should have been, what about, wait, is Seth Moulton a Republican?
I like Jessica Pistol Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab you?
Oh my God, was she here for that?
Wait, how is that better?
That's
We're naming
disgusting.
someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
Thank you, Peter, for the $10 Tommy C. And, was that the first Tommy C? I think that was the first Tommy C because the other one was Psycars. Everyone say thank you to Peter for saving you from all Tommy C alerts tomorrow. Very base, very pog, and our 7th numby. We're 3 numbies away from numby time, and $26 minus YouTube's 30% for super chats away from more Supernatural, Peter's future favorite show. Oh, Democratic Party. Okay, I was looking to see if that would go under Republicans get to rape, but nah, that'll be later. This bingo card is very telling.
4 terms in the military. I mean,
who do we think is gonna say, why do Republicans get to rape but not us? Kyle Klinsky? Ryan Grimm? Cenk? Hi,
4 tours
Frankie.
in.
Frankie heard her name. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Not yet. Not yet. Not time yet.
Iraq, I should say.
You can get
And
comfortable.
We don't hear anything about that. And so, like, I am extremely, I think most of the critique comes from people like Seth Moulton, who have Seth Moulton's politics, who want Janet Mills and are reaching for anything. And then the other is, I think that it comes from basically, I would call them campists, who are concerned and have a problem with a leftist running as a Democrat because it undermines their project for a third party, which I have seen fail time and time and time again. Those, to me, are the two.
I will note something that could have been here. This isn't quite the left needs to get off their high horse. What it is, this isn't hating him for being white. Oh, wait, is this, guys, he said he changed in a Reddit post? I think maybe it was that one instead. High horse? Yeah. Okay, then. Okay. Yeah, the campus third-party leftist thing. Okay. Left needs to get off their high horse. You don't want to say which one? I think I know. We can say
Dominant voices we're hearing. I would say probably the sort of the Janet Mills one is more dominant in this instance. But that's my sense. But I appreciate the call.
All right, so there's a lot to talk about
All
here.
right,
The list
time for Kyle Klinsky. I changed. You know what? I took back our bingo because I moved communist on Reddit to guys. He said he changed in a Reddit post because they didn't say communist specifically, and this is closer. All right, time for Kyle Klinsky. Now, what color will I have? How about nice pink? All right.
into it. So Maine State Press says the following. A recently surfaced video shows Maine Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner with a chest tattoo of the SS Totenkopf, the skull and crossbones emblem used by Nazi death's head units. Platner has stated he got the tattoo while drunk as a young Marine on shore leave in Croatia and was unaware of its Nazi affiliation until recently. Okay, so here is what the tattoo looks like. Here is the Nazi symbol. Now, I must cop to this. Regardless of how political I am and how closely I follow all this stuff, I genuinely and sincerely had no fucking idea that this was a Nazi symbol. None. When I think of a Nazi symbol, I think of the swastika, and I think of the SS, like the lightning bolt SS. That's what I think of. So now you could hear that, and you could say, hey, Kyle, you're ignorant or naive on it. Fair enough, but I genuinely did not know that. And my guess is probably a majority of Americans are with me. New details are emerging.
Yeah, but you weren't a Marine and you weren't there, so...
About the recent Politico article on Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner. The report highlighted a deleted Reddit account allegedly tied to Platner, but notably did not explain how that account was located or verified. Multiple political sources now claim that advanced data analysis tools, possibly including...
Frankie's sitting next to me on the arm of the couch. She just did a... She's sitting... upright, like a guardian lion statue.
Palantir or similar AI-driven technology may have been used to trace the archived account and compile identifying information, linking it to Platner. As of now, Politico has not disclosed the technical methods or sources behind the discovery. Holy fucking shit. So in layman's language, what that means is, who was behind digging up the old Reddit account, which was just used for a week or two to fucking drag his name through the mud because of old accounts he posted on old comments, I should say, that he posted on Reddit and elsewhere. It looks like this was literally
okay, you said
digging up the old Reddit account, which was just used for a week or two to fucking drag his name through the mud because of
yeah, those problematic Reddit posts are so
old accounts he posted on.
Yeah.
On old comments, I should say, that he posted on Reddit and elsewhere. It looks like this was literally a Palantir op. It's
Ooh,
a
that
corporate
too.
Democrat op. I'm sure the Janet Mills campaign, who's now his primary opponent, I'm sure they were
There
sitting
we
on this
go.
file. Where'd they get this file from? Well, did they get it from AIPAC? Janet Mills, she's decent on...
It's because he's anti-Israel. I think that fits. Right? It's because he's anti-Israel. Oppo research. I feel like Oppo research is going to be every single clip. Okay.
Domestic policy on economics, but she's fucking horrible on...
Oh, I totally forgot to add the blue. He didn't know it was a totem comp. It's hard for me to see all of this. We'll work it out.
Israel and Gaza. She's terrible on that. So my guess is Janet Mills, you know, the corporate Democrat establishment tried to get her to run because they don't want this guy Platner winning. And then, you know, AIPAC worked with Palantir to dig up some fucking dirt on him. And then they end up running this story. That's my guess as to exactly how this came about. If you ask the people who are saying this is a deal breaker and they could never support Graham, if you ask them, okay, so do you think he's a Nazi? Even those people will usually say, no, of course not. And the reason the answer is no is because if you look at all of the old Reddit posts that they dug up, if anything, the criticism is, bro, you've, at least in your whole posting history, you've always been very far left. You called yourself a fucking communist at one point, right?
Yep.
And so
okay.
there isn't a single...
There's that one. He's a fucking communist on Reddit.
Hint, there's not a whiff of any actual Nazi shit in his comment
Hi,
posting
Frankie.
history. When he thought...
Oh, Janet Mills is worse. Yes. Did they mention Janet Mills before? I don't think so.
But nobody was watching and nobody would see these things. It was always, if anything, super far left. So that's why this attack feels very gross. Is like you're saying he's a Nazi without saying he's a Nazi while knowing he's not a Nazi, right? And so there's something very
How do we know
icky about that, because like even the people bringing it up are going, well, of course he's not a Nazi, but this tattoo was a Nazi tattoo, and it's like I genuinely believe him that he had no idea when he got it. So you got like liberals defending him, but then I've seen a number of leftists immediately throwing him under the bus. And going, well, this is unacceptable. And look, I get it, because some people fear, oh my God, this might be like another John Fetterman that's happening. But John Fetterman was always sort of low key.
He really is gonna hit all of them. Right, Frankie? He's gonna get all of them. Totally different from Fetterman. Oh, there's a bingo. But not just with Kyle. 3 different clips. And he said, the left needs to get off their high horse.
He pro-Israel, and then he had a stroke and got literal brain damage, and then he became right-wing on everything. But he was always kind of pro-Israel.
That's totally... That's That's absolutely what was going to happen to Platner. Remember, he said no more, what did he say? Unreasonable, unnecessary wars. Be suspicious of people's caveats, okay? A lot of times it's necessary, but see what it means without it.
Israel, right? And that was always like the little bit of a red flag there. He was for Medicare for all, he supported Bernie Sanders, but he was pro-Israel. So it was like, okay, bad on the Israel part, but good on the rest. Then he just went full right wing. There's no indication whatsoever that this guy is pro-Israel at all. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite. He's leaning into calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide. He was a
Yeah, what other kind of wars would he want to do, though? What kind of wars are you thinking?
Michael Brooks fan and a Majority Report fan. All of his Reddit shit posts are like, I'm a communist type post. If it's Janet Mills, his opponent, they will call her a communist, a Marxist, and a Nazi and a fascist. Say, oh, but there's more evidence that he is. Yes, but then the question is, who can fight better? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not partaking in this thing anymore where we do the fucking circular firing squad and say, you know, we're doing the right's dirty work for them. Even by having this conversation, I feel like I'm doing the right's dirty work for them.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you are.
Like, they're not even talking about it. Right now, I just see leftists trying to shit on Graham Platner, and they're doing the right's dirty work for them. And I'm sorry, it doesn't make you holier than thou that you fell for a fucking AIPAC Palantir smear campaign. Because he's not a Nazi, everybody.
Oh, appeals to pragmatism, I'd argue. Who can fight better? That's true, that's true. Very true. Appeals to pragmatism, all right.
Knows he's not a Nazi. Even the people who are...
Oh, we have 2 bingos, by the way. We have one of the bingos is 4 out of 5. Or no, we have 3 bingos. I'm pretty stoned, by the way. Should I have a little more? Maybe. Maybe. No, this is not paste. I'm sorry, Frankie. That's not what this is. Sorry.
Angry about the tattoo. Admit he's not a Nazi. So, like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we wasting our time? The only argument that really I can understand is if people say, look, man, he did 4 tours in, like, an illegal fucking wars.
Uh-huh. Okay, is this gonna be cope? Is this going to be cope? Is the question.
Right? And he briefly worked for fucking Blackwater. That I get, of just being like, I'd rather have a non-Iraq war criminal fucking Blackwater person. I'd rather have that. Like, I can understand that argument. But, I mean, the counter to that, of course, is it was literally those experiences that made him go...
Blackwater radicalized them. There we go. All 3 clips that we've watched so far. So that's another bingo.
Oh my god. War is fucking evil. I'm partaking in evil. That is not acceptable. And I need to, like, cleanse my soul. And so then he goes fucking far left and goes, I'm a communist. Fuck all this imperialist shit. Fuck all this fascist shit. Now I'm for peace. Now I'm going to crusade against war. Now I'm going to crusade for Medicare for all. So he had the proper reactions to those things in the moment. You understand what I'm saying? Why not have, like, another DSA endorsed candidate run? And it's like, but then all that happens is Graham and the DSA candidate split the vote, and fucking Janet Mills definitely wins. So why not just skip the middleman and just support Janet Mills if that's what you're going to do? So it's just, that doesn't make sense. It does. And the other thing I've heard is, oh, I think
what about,
I think this is evidence that maybe he's like...
Does what's the alternative work with this? I think this works for what's the alternative.
Like a deep state op or something. Like, he infiltrated the left as, like, you know, a pro deep state CIA operative type who's going to get in there and just fucking be totally right wing. And that I just don't buy. Because if that's the case, why did he spend, like, over a decade, like 15 years, in fact, shit posting and lefty posting like crazy? But I just find it very bizarre and very weak.
We already have, he said he was a communist on Reddit.
weird that you have like.
Or does that count as he changed?
Totally right wing, and that I just don't buy because traded the left as like, you know, a pro deep state CIA operative type who's going to get in there and just fucking be totally right wing, and that I just don't buy. Because
I mean, totally right wing. You don't have to be totally right wing. You can stay, like, you know, there are lots of people who will have like a single issue that they're like, oh, more okay on than others. Hey, Sherlock, yes, this is a 3-hour compilation that's on President Sunday's channel, put together by McMad, of 3 hours of fake leftists sweeping for Graham Platner. We watched the very end, Rhyme Grim, disgusting, absolutely fucking disgusting. Literally, just absolutely fucking disgusting. We went back there in the beginning, but yeah, we'll have to. It's the further it goes in, the closer to the actual allegations. So far, I don't think any of the assault allegations happened yet.
If that's the case, why did he spend like over a decade, like 15 years in fact, shit posting and lefty posting like crazy? But I just find it very bizarre and very weird that you have like a lot of liberals are defending him and a lot of leftists are going, this is it's over, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. And like, I don't know, man, I just think that's some bitch made shit. Crazy how the right understands that politics is a power game. They get that. Politics is about power. And so they don't destroy their own, they point their guns at the left, and they fucking are ruthless and relentless, and they circle the wagons if an attack lands on their own. But on the leftist side, it's like, oh, we'll become the fucking ravaging hyenas for you and like kneecap our strongest soldier. I mean, look, when push comes to shove, whoever gets through the primary gets through the primary and deserves everybody's support on the liberal and left side. There's no doubt about that. But in this moment, I just feel like I want to take a shower watching everybody pretend like this is something it's not, right?
So antagonistic.
To pretend like this is evidence of him actually being a Nazi when there's literally no indication of him being a Nazi, and if anything, it's a communist. It's very weird and very gross.
Didn't he just say that no one thinks that he's a Nazi?
A little more jaded in that I don't like that he's showing sort of any weakness about it. You know, like, I didn't, like, he apologized for some of the shit posts back in the day, and on that, I sort of want to be like, don't.
The real issue is it's about the risk you're willing to take on both sides of the argument at the time. I mean, is this... I feel like this is like the most unproductive, you know, you're approaching the people that you supposedly want to convince in an antagonistic manner.
Don't even apologize, you know? Like, that's what I'm so sick of. I'm so sick of... the right never has to apologize for anything ever, 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 ever.
Does this count? Why do Republicans get to rape but not us? Or not yet because of... It's not rape yet. Who cares? Just because they suck and they don't care, they don't apologize because they don't care, doesn't mean that you shouldn't apologize. Kyle, your hair is melting. Kyle, be careful. You should get a satin pillowcase. Something with less friction. Keep it safe. Keep your hair safe, Kyle.
But like some old fucking lefty shit post and all of a sudden you gotta like grovel to the country. Like, no, fuck that. So as you all know, there's been a bunch of hit pieces written about Graham Platner. I believe they started out with, hey, look at his Reddit history, look at his posting history on the Socialist Rifle Association website or something like that. And what you found is basically an edgy lefty shit poster who was saying stuff like, I'm a total communist and stuff like that. So they tried to dig that up. That didn't really work. If anything, it made him stronger. Then they dug up that he got
satin pillow hair. His hair is bleached, pretty pale, means it's compromised. You know, you want a satin pillowcase, pulls on your hair less. So his hair is damaged. So it's better for your hair. Nice hair you got there, Kyle. Should be a shame if someone snarked it.
A drunken tattoo when he was in Croatia, and it turns out it was basically like this skull design. It turns out it was actually a Nazi symbol called a Totenkopf or something like that. And they dug that up.
Why can't you just be like, I understand your concerns, and then make a case as to why it's still worth it, you know, to support him? Like, you could do that. But I guess less people would watch, maybe? I don't know. Hey, Strable, I never understood why he went with this look. Crystal probably likes it. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, satin pillowcases are better in general.
I believe it was K-File from CNN dug that up and ran a story on it. And this became, you know, like a big deal where there was a lot of fighting over this and a lot of conversation about it. But, so if anything, I think this may have backfired almost in a similar way. It's almost like a lefty version of Trump, where all the shit people tried to use to take down Trump in 2016, if anything, it kind of made him stronger, right? The whole, like, grab him by the pussy thing. Everybody thought, oh, that's it. I thought, oh, he's cooked after this,
It
right?
worked for Trump.
Wrong.
Does that work with... It worked for Trump?
What did Trump do at the next debate, which was soon thereafter? He literally invited, like, 10 of Bill Clinton's fucking accusers and had them sit at the debate, and he pointed them out in the middle of the debate and said, he's got something to actually apologize for. For me, it was just locker room talk. And if anything, it, like, you know, it sort of helped him, I think you could say. I think that's fair to say. I don't know, man. The hit piece, it really doesn't seem to land when it comes to Graham. I mean, he's running a very, like, populist, grassroots, lefty campaign.
Well,
and,
so far, I don't think that there have been the allegations yet, I think. But I'm not sure. Again, I appreciate this compilation so much. I really wish that there were dates and, like, the source on the screen.
I think we might be past the point where a scandal is definitionally bad, because if anything, it just gets people talking about you more. If anything, it makes people more interested and intrigued. Like, oh, what do you,
there we go.
I mean, there's
all the sources are here. It should be on this screen. I will. So if you want the sources, here they are. Let's see. Was this the... At the majority, or these are... Oh, they're separate. Okay. Is this the first one? Okay. 9 months ago, October 22nd.
Somebody said this online. I don't want to steal it from them, but they said, like, there's a certain kind of sociopathy or psychopathy that's having never said anything fucking bad online. Like, that's a certain kind of insanity. Again, in the wake of the scandal, and I should point out, he says, look, I had no idea that was a Nazi tattoo, but I got it covered up now anyway, and so he showed the new tattoo. It's covered up. And again, guys, if there was anything that was a hint of Nazism in his fucking posting history, we would have seen it, because his whole posting history leaked. It wasn't. Again, if anything, it's this guy's a communist, right? And the only criticism that I thought was fair and merited, and you heard some lefties make this argument, is like, look, I just don't want to vote for somebody who did 4 tours in the war on...
I'm running as a Democrat despite my party trying to destroy my life. October 27th. So this is after that?
terror, which was, I think, illegal and a total war crime. And he had worked for Blackwater at one point. Like, these are real. That's like a real criticism. However, I understand that criticism, but at the same time, we can't reject and dismiss the impact that that had on him. Name.
Oh. Is this?
Here we go again, y'all.
That's the sex scandal, quote unquote. Is that this?
So as you all know, for somebody who did 4 tours in the War on Terror, which was, I think, illegal and a total war crime. And he had worked for Blackwater at one point. Like, these are real. That's like a real criticism. However, I understand that criticism, but at the same time, we can't reject and dismiss the impact that that had on him. Namely, in fact, here, I'll read you a post that he had put up, and I think this really says it all.
Okay,
I love this from Graham, and I'm very happy that it looks like the smear.
Was that,
Can I fuck a dead chicken before I eat it? Ugh, it's icky. It's all slippery. Losing your brain, trying not to come. You're like edged super hard and you're like, ah!
To Kyle at this time, and the first allegation, he thought it was a bigger risk not to sweep, and the people who weren't supporting felt that Platner was the risk, and they turned out to be right as more came out. I think it's better that more came out. It would have been worse if this guy got into office and kept doing fuck shit. Exactly. But guys, 5 years ago is basically a lifetime.
Attempt backfired. Look, I can understand people out there being worried about another Fetterman. Like, I get it, and I feel the same way. I'm scarred by Fetterman too. But there were always signs there with Fetterman.
We
with
already
Graham,
got Fetterman.
The reason why a lot of these smear efforts are coming out is because he's willing to call what Israel's doing a genocide. Because he's willing to stand up for Palestinians.
You got that already?
Right? Because he's a edgy, lefty shit poster. So, if anything, the signs for Graham sort of point in the other direction. The signs for Graham are like, this is a guy who could go further left once he gets in office, which is what we all fucking want, right? That's what we want. It'll be interesting to see what happens now with the rest of the race because, you know, do they have any more ammunition on him? What else can they throw at him? Will there be any chance of it working? I don't know. You get the sense there might be more stuff out there because a campaign manager who I think just joined the campaign left. Now, this person said, well, I just learned we're actually having a baby and that's why I'm leaving, which could be true. It's possible. But it also could be like they got in there and then they realized there's some more oppo that's going to come out and they don't want to fucking deal with it and then they dipped. So I don't know. We'll see. But to this point, he sort of withstood a lot. And I'm sorry, it's gonna be more to take a candidate like this down because it's a Democrat who actually seems authentic and believes in something, which is kind of rare.
Graham Platner, a Democrat running.
Oh, was this? He didn't. Can we say that? Can we say that he did legal war participator cope? Because he kind of did, like, excuse it a bit, right? I already had it, so I'm leaving it. In which case, we have a full Kyle only in one thing. We should have... you know what? It doesn't matter. We're just keeping going.
In Maine has
but
become
I actually have to pee. Hold on. A moment, please.
Thank you.
a creaking, well it just started in the hay. With his long johns on, pub went a creeping onto the bottom to the hay. Young lovers with their legs tied up in knots. Young lovers with their legs tied up in knots. With his long tall gun, pub went a creeping to blow the hay lock their head straight off. My daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You bet the bun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You bet the bun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You bet the bun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun.
Okay, I'll play that part next time. Oh. I don't know the guy, but if someone gets an obscure Nazi tattoo, I'm gonna assume they post on obscure Nazi websites. No, what are the chances of Graham Platner having older accounts posting on Nazi sites? Who knows? Who knows? I'm not saying it happened, I'm just saying it, you know, could be. Frankie, you need something? Okay. Nope.
Involved in a firestorm of controversy regarding some old social media posts, Reddit posts, and even a tattoo that now is confirmed to be a Nazi symbol.
I'm only gonna get more stoned over time, so I want us to focus on, you know what, actually, I guess I can turn these off. Guess I could turn these off. Oh, I could have done this easier. Whatever, I'll do it the harder way. Okay, let's pick a color for TYT. Yellow, because they're yellow bellied. Hey Shinny, have a wonderful sleep. Yellow bellied. I'm so baffled by all the Americans that pretend Platner's tattoo was an obscure Nazi symbol. It's the sigil of the SS division Totenkampf. It is one of the most infamous Nazi sigils in Europe. Yeah, these are things that you just don't even have to defend. Okay, cool. Yellow it is.
Basically, he was born.
So call him out as
Maine,
you see him, as you
has
hear
become
him.
engulfed in a firestorm of controversy regarding some old social media posts, Reddit posts, and even a tattoo that now is confirmed to be a Nazi symbol. Basically, he was born and raised in Maine. Okay, he joined the Marines shortly after high school, serving tours in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Beginning in 2011, he attended George Washington University and worked as a bartender. Pretty simple life, you know. Hate the fact that he had to serve multiple tours in the Middle East for.
He had. That counts as cope. I hate that he had to.
Wars that were complete and utter. George Washington University and worked as a bartender. Pretty simple life, you know. Hate the fact that he had to serve multiple tours in the Middle East for wars that were complete and utter failures, and a lot of our soldiers suffered from PTSD as a result.
He didn't. How many times did he have to be there? Technically, you know? Once he signed up, how many times did he have to be there? Aside from, you know, when he voluntarily went back.
Result, Platner happens to be one of them. So look, it's worth noting that Platner has extensively discussed, both in public and in some of his leaked Reddit posts, how his military service radicalized him against the military-industrial complex. So that was a pivotal experience for him, and he learned from it in a good way, right? He realized.
Okay. There are multiples. So, Blackwater radicalized him close enough, right? Oh, he's just a normal American guy. That counts. They're saying he's like a normal Maine guy. Let's see. He said, he said he changed in a Reddit post? Or we can wait for that. We're like literally in the intro. They're saying Blackwater radicalized him against. Well, she's not saying. Okay, that's not what she said. She said the military. That his military service.
How his military service radicalized him against the military-industrial complex. So that was a pivotal experience for him, and he learned from it in a good way, right? He realized what was actually.
People can change. I think he said he changed in a Reddit post. Yeah. I'll leave it open.
Going on with some of our U.S. foreign policy, and it opened his eyes. And I want to just be clear, people, of course, are able to evolve and change. Okay, this isn't our first rodeo. Typical progressive political ad. We're going to go after the billionaires. We need better health care. You get the picture. He is in favor of Medicare for all, universal child care, banning private equity and hedge funds from buying homes, ending government subsidies for drug companies. Now, let's get to the controversy.
Does anyone know what his specific record was? Like how long he was in what, or like when he went back where, for when did he basically when did he quote unquote have to be there after once he signed up? How many times, and how many times were just like bonus times that he chose?
Okay, we say that, yes, you could say it's typical progressive.
Healthcare, banning private equity and hedge funds from care. You get the picture. He is in favor of Medicare for all, universal child care.
Before we tell you about all the bad stuff, I think this is probably going to include the allegations. Potentially, we'll see.
Private equity and hedge funds from buying homes, ending government subsidies for drug companies. Now, let's get to the controversies.
Okay, we say that, yes, you could say it's typical progressive. It's not a typical Democrat. Janet Mills, his primary opponent, is a corporate establishment governor of Maine, and will do none of those things. Has never done any of those things, will never back any of those things.
You need to build people power. You need to build coalitions, an effective outside pressure campaign to actually accomplish these policies, because one person, even if...
What is this headband situation? This headband and this, like, shoulder padded, sweater kind of situation and these earrings. What is it? She looks like she is ready to go on Fox News. What is this situation?
Platner, even if you fully trust him and elect him and he's in the Senate, he's not going to be able to unilaterally do anything. Okay?
I know, but it's better than having a corporate stooge.
Like, what is this bow and these pockets that are over her nipples? And is a society lady now? Like, literally. I have way too much fucking... way too many things. Too many sources. Look. It does look somewhat Victorian. She looks like someone's evil mother-in-law. You know?
So it's like, I mean, I don't want to give up. I want to support the candidates that are much more likely to be on our side. So he's not a corrupt, slimy, robotic politician. So, okay, so what do? They dug up the...
Do you promise? How do you know? How do you know?
Oppo research.
Yeah.
So the
did.
Oppo research is, oh, okay, he was a bad guy at some point, wrote mean things, terrible things at some point.
So first he protested the Iraq war. What? Then he volunteered for the army and did 3 tours. Then 2018 he went to Afghanistan for Blackwater for 6 months. Wow.
His life. Yeah, I've been through that. So I don't care. I support him completely. But okay, let's give you the Oppo research first.
So,
and by the way, brought to you by the Crypt Keeper, Chuck Schumer. So Chuck Schumer is the dirtbag who destroys any populist Democratic candidate in a primary and then goes, well, I was about to rub my hands. I know I'm not allowed to, okay? But he reports back to his corporate donors, don't worry, I destroyed the outsiders. Congratulations, Chuck.
2018, he made a...
She watched Gossip Girl and her wardrobe never recovered. Oh my God. That's very true. We can hold
the
out.
following comments in a socialist firearms subreddit. If people expect to fight fascism without a good semi-automatic rifle, they ought to do some reading of history, he wrote in one since deleted post. In another, he said that an armed working class is a requirement for economic justice.
Who cares? I don't know, is this even... This seems like a regular leftist, quote unquote, take that I will see from people. I don't care.
There's more. I mean, there's a lot, right? The biggest issue I have is the tattoo. So I want to get to that in just a minute, but before I do, thoughts, Cenk?
Yeah, I mean, so he also said that he was a communist, he was a socialist, he...
Okay. Yes, said he was a communist on Reddit.
Said disparaging things about cops.
He said disparaging things about cops. Okay.
And the list goes on. Okay, so by the way, he's a
Honeypot. Like for Second Amendment MAGA people. I don't know.
a communist and a Nazi. Curious.
A communist and a Nazi? Can you not? I mean, can't you be a Nazi and have a preference for a certain kind of economic structure? I mean, you shouldn't be accepted, but I mean, lots of people are.
You're
How racist can you be?
right to point out the irony of don't do stupid stuff while you're drunk. Oh, did a stupid thing while I was drunk. Totally right to point
Rape
out
is
that.
okay.
No, he didn't say rape is okay. He didn't say that.
Okay, wait, let's see when this happened. Is this the first TYT? Is it June 5th? Or no, October 22nd, 2025?
Graham Platner, a Democrat
That's
running
her
for
fucking sweater. Okay, October 22nd, 2025. When did we find out? Can anyone tell me when the first allegations came out from the Republican woman and when the actual rape allegations came out? Can anyone tell me the dates if you don't mind? If there's anybody out there that can just able to check it out. I just want an idea of when was before and after.
Right.
Okay, and so, but it doesn't matter because those comments were 12 years ago. Look, guys, this is needle in a haystack. Okay, now maybe they found a couple of needles here, but most of the posts are from the Reddit times. The only other thing that's different is the tattoo. Okay.
This dude should have a timeline. That's also true. I think it'd be ideal if it was just on the screen. Those problematic Reddit posts are, yeah, true.
So we're gonna explain why he got the tattoo too, or at least give his explanation. So, but whenever there's an outsider on the left or the right, now on the right, usually they have like tons of baggage like Herschel Walker, etc. But on the left, this guy has had no issues up until now. When you get into the Senate, you work for the donor class, you understand? Janet Mills is like, of course, sir, of course, sir.
Janet Mills.
So, and she's 77, man. Jesus Christ, man. You know what their problem is?
Go.
They're running out of people who
worst.
will sell their soul to the donor class. So they have to keep going to people at above 70 and 80 who've been doing it their whole lives. So that's why they're doing it. And so they look for stuff that's wrong in your life. Now you're a guy who served 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Guess what? You're gonna have things that are wrong in your life. Do I believe that he had PTSD? Yes. Do I believe that he's a different person today than he was when he wrote
PTSD?
Those posts? Yes, because I got eyes and ears, because he doesn't sound anything like that, right? And I have personal experience. For me,
Hey, brother.
they did this, Anna, you know they did the same exact thing. Dug, couldn't find anything real, never hurt anyone, never did anything wrong, nothing against consent, nothing, right?
You never got
Nothing what? Nothing what? Help, anyone. I guess I guess I'll just have to look myself. Okay. I'm gonna, oh, you were looking up? Okay, cool. You let me know. Because otherwise I'm reading Google AI. Hey, Curio. Got every square in under an hour. How deep are we into this? We're 33 minutes in. We've already gotten bingo with Kyle Klinsky. Alleged sexual assault occurs June 2026. Explicit text scandal. No. Okay, well I'll just look if you're okay. This is based on Google AI. I'm too stoned to look further and whatever. Is it Google? It's Copilot. I just want to see. So this is October 22nd, the day after the tattoo. Okay, May 30th. Reports emerged that Platner's wife discovered sexually explicit texts with multiple women, which she disclosed to campaign aides before a major rally. June 9th, Platner won. July 6th, Jenny Rassicot. Okay. So July 6th. What about, when did the first... Oh, it was May 30th? Wait, this is from Press Herald. I do not have a fucking subscription. You're supposed to give me, like, a free one. Like, a free article. Come on. Okay, reported. This also July. No, who was the woman? Who was the original woman that accused him? Oh God. What? I'm not looking for sexual assault. I'm looking for... I said first woman to accuse Graham Platner of abuse. Lindsay Fiffield. June 2026. A conservative, an ex-girlfriend, Lindsay Fifield. So, okay. So the first one was June. Second one is July 6th. Okay. Check the Wikipedia page. Okay, Jenny Rassicas, July 6th. All right. Hi, Frankie. We're 3 numbies away from numby time. Just PSA. All right. So at this point, this is October 22nd, 2025. Okay, so it hadn't happened yet.
Tattoo and
Okay,
kept
I
it
know.
on your body for like 20 years.
Okay, hold on. We're going to get to that. Give me Graham Platner.
July 7th, condom removal allegations. Good night, Chomp. I'll see you later. Have fun. Okay.
All of his mistakes and all of his faults, and you go dig mainstream media, bunch of hacks. Schumer gives you the info. You're like, oh, I'll type it up. Oh, okay. He's a...
A little Pat, I want to go to the.
Let's roll that, and we're going to get into it. All right, and
I
so
want
the
to
story is.
see. I want to go into when there's actual allegation times. So it would be.
Is that he went into a Croatian tattoo parlor, picked a skull and crossbones off the wall.
Every single one of us. Have you ever heard of the saying, fight fire with fire? We've tried it the other way. We've tried it to Michelle Obama. Oh, when they go low, we go high. Turns out that doesn't work. Turns out when you do that, they fucking spit in your eyes, slap you across the face, and do what they want and laugh at you and mock you as they do it. It turns out that doesn't work. It turns out what we need to do is crush them at their own game. Because a lot of these same people are the same ones who were supporting Andrew Cuomo over Zoran Mamdani. Okay? Andrew Cuomo harassed half the women on planet Earth, and they didn't give a fuck.
Okay.
They didn't care at all. So really, it's just an irrational
This is
hatred
June
toward Graham
1st.
Platner. Let me be clear, because
So this
perhaps I was
is when the Republican woman came out, right? Is that it? Or is it? Did it happen at the same time? What day did the Republican woman make the allegation? Frankie, don't be on the computer. You can't sit there. I didn't even notice.
unclear in my tweet saying he could sex my mom and I still support him. Graham Platner can fuck a toaster. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his ass. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his dick hole for all I care. Graham Platner can jack off to a cartoon of Scooby-Doo wearing Brian Noam's big-ass titties. And I will crawl over fucking broken glass to support that man. I don't give a fuck what happens in your sex life, bro. Let me say, I do not care at all.
But this is June 1st. So, was this only sex? Oh, right-wing girl allegations are June 4th. Okay. You know what? I will... let's see. I will just... Rape is July 6th. July 7th. June 4th. Okay, was there a different date? Oh, can't even see that. So we can remember the timeline. Right-wing woman, June 4th. Rape, July 6th. Condom removal, July 7th. W woman. Okay.
anybody who does, I find you rather unserious. I find you unfit for this moment that we're living in, where fascism is actually taking over the country. Democratic Party, and he has all the same weaknesses of other avatars of masculinity consultants have thrown at voters. And the title is Graham Platner. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know why I'm all mad. The scandal has backfired spectacularly. I didn't even show you all of this stuff. I have like 3 or 4 more things where they spoke to voters in Maine, and virtually across the board, they're like, I don't fucking care. Lower the gas prices. So the dirty... I don't think anybody's buying this one. I really think that, like, over 90% of people are looking at it going, that's it? That's all you got? So there was a bunch of hype leading up to this where people online were speculating like, oh, it's going to be bad. Oh, what's going to be in it? And you had, honestly, widespread speculation that it was going to be sexual assault. And when it came out, it isn't even close to sexual assault, and it is the most underwhelming thing I've...
Okay, this is...
What's up, y'all?
June 10th.
That's it? That's all you got? So there was a bunch of hype leading up to this. Where
So this is almost a week after it's announced. Okay.
People online were speculating like, oh, it's going to be bad. Oh, what's going to be in it? And you had, honestly, widespread speculation that it was going to be sexual assault. And when it came out, it isn't even close to sexual assault, and it is the most underwhelming thing I've ever seen. So right off the jump here, let me just say, if you have a New York Times subscription, it's honestly time to cancel it. One of the people who wrote this hit piece on Graham literally got an award from AIPAC in college. They were part of like the Students for Israel group, okay? They literally went fishing for information to try to kneecap him. This is what happens when you stand up to the oligarchy, when you stand up to the military-industrial complex, when you stand up to the Israel lobby.
It also, I mean, is there any, I think, like, some people were just, like, believing her, but also excusing it, right? Something, I forget what the actual allegations were. Rough handling. Frankie, you can't be up there. Come on, baby. Come on.
They will stop at nothing to destroy you. That's just a fact. Several women who dated Graham Platner recall unsettling behavior. Unsettling behavior? Come on, man. Really? This is what we're doing in 2026? The main person they cite who has, like, the worst stories about Graham is a literal Republican operative. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Is a literal Republican operative. Worked for the Heritage Foundation, worked on some anti-trans thing, literally said, I'm going to campaign for...
Interesting choice of partner for Graham Platner. You know?
Susan Collins self-describes as a bitter ex. You can't make this up. Like, you literally can't make this up. The main claims come from a literal Republican operative. And the most they could come up with, the worst way to describe it is, he had unsettling behavior. Please.
We will, I think I'll reuse group. I will reuse my Kyle squares. Okay. We have a couple things. Republican. Wasn't his accuser Republican?
Please spare me. So, by the way, I'll just say up front, there's a lot of, like, quotes that are in the piece from the Republican operative that are just, like, completely and utterly made up. Like, she made up that he said certain things, completely and utterly made up.
How
he would
do
keep
you
an
know?
assault weapon around. And another one is, oh, he would sharpen an axe. Am I supposed to read?
Okay.
That and be, how dare, that's disqualifying.
Okay, sharpen an axe how? In a threatening way? Again, I would love to just have a button, point and press at a man like this, and it make him feel in danger. You know? Physically in danger. Men like him do not feel in danger, and they need to. For empathy's sake.
The ex-soldier keeps around an AR-15 and sharpens an axe? How dare he?
With PTSD, and she's saying that he's violent. He was violent to her or something. Oh, yes, also the Israel one.
Like, who is this for? What is this doing? What is going on here? But I still haven't gotten to the best part. So, in the article, where the worst they could come up with to say in the title is that he had unsettling behavior, they speak to multiple of his girlfriends. And a whole bunch of them were like, oh, he's a gentle giant. He's like, you know, one of the sweetest guys I ever dated.
He didn't rape everyone. Hey, Moody Morgan. We're watching 3 hours of fake leftists sweeping for Graham Platner. This is right, like a week after the Republican woman came out. Before the rape.
He's actually, you know, he's great. They're like, oh, I got no complaints.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, this is the President Sunday video. There's the link.
At all. He's actually like a really good guy.
I would love more of these.
In the fucking
just with the date and source that just on the screen. It's right now it's having trouble scrambling
We're taking
around.
the word of a Republican operative, and an Israel lobby hack is fucking writing this. Like I said, you had this expectation going around that it was going to be sexual assault or grape or something like on Swalwell's level, and it just wasn't. But I guess at the end of the day, that did sort of even take the air out of the tires, where when everybody finally saw the article, they were like, that's it? Like, that's all we got here? So, look, understand something, guys. Graham is very clear when he talks, right? When he's out there, it is all about not another fucking penny to Israel, not another weapon to Israel. Let's end this illegal war against Iran.
Okay, what about the, what did he say? Unnecessary, pointless war? Did he say pointless wars? No more pointless wars?
Let's take on the oligarchy. Let's tax the rich. Let's
You are not allowed to be a rape apologist and call it grape.
Tribute. Let's give people health care. Like, he is as clear in his language as I am on this show, which I feel like is super rare among politicians, right? You can't be bought. We can't coerce him. We can't get him to vote as we want him to vote.
How do you know that?
By any means necessary, take him down. And so, like I said, it was a literal fishing mission. But if you're a so-called liberal and you are feeding into the smear campaign, let me be clear, you are a fucking traitor and you don't give a shit about taking down MAGA.
You're a traitor.
The thing to do. They concern troll about, ooh, I'm scared. He's not going to win. It's working. The smears are working. Look, he went down in the polls a little bit, even though he's still leading.
Polls. Oh, I'm not making more polls. Look at the polls. Oppo research also.
Leading by 4. Oh, I'm worried about this. If you were actually worried about this and you were on the team, you would try to combat the right-wing smears, as opposed to just concern trolling and effectively helping the right.
The left needs to get off their high horse? Well, in any case, we're going clip to clip now. All right, so what date is this one? I have too many open.
So Graham Platner's doubters.
Okay. What's this one? Graham Platner's doubters. My eyes are crossing. That was 10th, so is this the 15th? Okay. The 15th.
Just took another big, fat, juicy L. The polls before the scandals had him just over 70%, at about like 74, 75%. And the final amount that he's going to end with is about 74, 75%.
So wait. Okay, I want to see. So this is July 6th. Breaking. Graham accused of rape. I'm so discombobulated. You do understand that was before the substantial allegation? Yeah, that's why I'm skipping. That's why I'm skipping to finding based on the sources. Okay. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Breaking. Graham Platner accused of rape. Okay, so find it in here.
All right, y'all, got some major breaking news here. That
Turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now.
not interested in you pretending like you have a fucking conscience now, and you're moral now, and grape allegations made against. There's a literal Wikipedia page dedicated to all of the allegations made against Donald J. Trump. There's nearly 30 different sexual assault, sexual harassment, and grape allegations made against Donald J. Trump. Every Republican knows that. No Republican fucking cares. Okay? So I'm just simply not interested in you pretending like you have a fucking conscience now, and you're moral now, when you're not remotely any of those things. So all of you go to Shut the Fuck Upsville, sincerely from the bottom of my heart. This is an internal issue between liberals and leftists and Democrats.
Huh?
All right, y'all, got some major breaking news here that dropped earlier today. So Politico is reporting that Graham Platner was accused of sexual assault. But if you actually read the article, the headline says sexual assault. If you actually read the article, it's very clear that the allegation is not sexual assault, it's rape. Okay? There's a few things about this that are extra concerning. The previous allegations were easy to dismiss because it was a literal Heritage Foundation Republican insider who was making the allegations. Also, the allegations were effectively, he's a bad boyfriend. This is not that. This is a much more extreme allegation. Is point number one.
I just want to get an idea of like what he, like this is after the other ones were when it was the Republican woman. I'm sure he said a bunch of shit in between. I just want to see, you know, since we saw Ryan Grimm sweep as much as he did.
Point number two is she does have some corroborating evidence, and it's also, if we're being serious here, a Democrat is making an allegation. In fact, she was hesitant to come forward because she says...
If we're being serious here, a Democrat.
I agree with Graham's politics, and I was caught between, like, what do I do here? Do I come forward? Do I stay quiet because I agree with his politics? And Graham dropped an emergency video earlier today. Take a look at that.
Directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. And any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I've been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You've welcomed me.
Look at his fucking... Look at his tiny little eyeballs. He has creepy little tiny round beady eyeballs.
Into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, when mindful of political reality will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign.
Yeah, it's still wild. Platner thought welcome me into their homes was a good turn of phrase considering what he's accused of, literally.
And they remain.
Not gonna lie, even after all this, I'd vote for him over MAGA. Well, that's out, yes. But that's like saying, you know, that's saying nothing. You know what I mean? It's like saying I'd rather be raped than murdered. Okay. And what does that matter?
My goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers.
Like, they're the worst people. They're the worst. They are the worst people. If you are, like, it's like comparing anyone to evil.
Voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation, as always.
So needless to say, very serious allegations, and there's evidence this time as well that there wasn't previously. And I honestly think he's going to drop out. I think he's almost certainly going to drop out. He's going to throw his weight behind whoever takes his place. There's some conversations about who that'll be, which I'll get to in a second. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Platner take.
If you're, Yeah. I was just giving him a chance to say something
There's some conversations about who,
you know, cool, but
who that'll be, which I'll get.
It matters that MAGA is still worse than whatever Graham is or did. He literally raped a woman. That's fine. Like, it's like saying, it's like literally saying a murderer is better than or a murderer is worse than a rapist. It's like, yeah. But why are we comparing? We're not talking about evil people. You know what I mean? We're not talking about evil. We're talking about within the realm of reasonable people. They're not at the table of reasonable people that you can have discourse with and figure out how you think society would be best benefit, how it would benefit the most with policies. Like, you know? Like, I think that's like, I think that's a negative statement because I think it just encourages it's like I don't know, it's a weird statement and people say that all the time. You know? If those were the only options, sure, but there's more options than MAGA or rapists. Yes, there are. Like, we're not having that conversation, and you know what? We never will, because Graham Platner is no longer running, so that's never been a possibility.
Get to in a second. But let me also just say real quick, if you're a Republican, I am not remotely interested in your Platner take. Because you have nominated a guy 3 times who was accused of much worse and much more than Graham Platner. I simply don't want to hear it. There's a literal Wikipedia page dedicated to all of the allegations made against Donald J. Trump. There's nearly 30 different sexual assault, sexual harassment, and rape allegations made against Donald J. Trump. Every Republican knows that. No Republican fucking cares. Okay? So I'm just simply not interested in you pretending.
It's like, okay. It's like if someone if you had children and someone went to you and was like, okay, you can, 2 things. You can choose to allow this person over here to fondle your children, or they will be taken away in this truck, tied up by a man who will take them into a cabin in the woods where no one will hear their screams. And it's like, okay, yeah, but like, who wants to say that you'd take it's like, who wants to even think about that? Who wants to think about, I'd rather my children be lightly fondled than taken into the woods and raped and murdered by a madman. Okay.
Like you have a fucking conscience now, and you're moral now, when you're not remotely any of those things. So all of you go to shut the fuck upsville, sincerely from the bottom of my heart. This is an internal issue between liberals and leftists and Democrats, okay? You can go sit in the fucking corner and be the peanut gallery and wear the fucking Doug's hat, for all I care. So all you can shut the fuck up. That's point number one. Point number two is, if you are irritated, shut the fuck up. She's going after Platner now as well. You work for Bill Clinton. You work for fucking Bill Clinton, okay? This guy was accused of rape and all sorts of issues, way more than Graham has been. Let's be serious about that. I'm not trying to downplay what Graham is being accused of here, but let's be serious. You don't get to pretend like you have a conscience and pretend like you have morality now in this moment. I
think that's fine to say that about individual people, you know, to call out.
I like Jessica Pistol Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab you?
Oh my god, was she here for that?
Wait, how is that better?
That's
We're naming
disgusting.
someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
Clearly, I choose the stupid Demon Hunter Brothers kek.
Thank you, Peter, for the $26 and the goal. We are one Numby away from Numby time. Thank you, thank you.
Please don't, okay? It's convenient when you decide to try it out. And then finally, I'll point out, listen, man, everybody's now abandoning Graham, and that's going to be effectively the death blow to the campaign. Ro Khanna took back his endorsement. Ruben Gallego took back his endorsement. I'm seeing everybody take back their endorsement. Apparently, Platner's own staffers are now talking about replacing him. And so there is a legal mechanism at this point for him to drop out, for him to be replaced. And right now, it's looking like Troy Jackson might take his place. And Troy Jackson is a former candidate for governor in Maine. He's the most progressive of the potential choices. Bernie backed his gubernatorial run. He's from like the same wing of the party. And like I said, I do think ultimately Graham is going to step aside and basically pass.
Okay. I think that, yeah, and I think that he pretty much stopped talking about it after, well, I don't know, and maybe we'll see if they do another compilation like this. Well, we don't know. Maybe Susan Collins did rape somebody. We don't know. We never know. Okay. So I want to see what TYT I feel like TYT should be its own thing. I feel like we should have that. Okay, I want to look a little more at the majority report, and then we'll see, we'll finish up on her versus Ryan Grimm. So hopefully that'll go out on a good note. So this, what does this look like? Maybe we'll do the TYT part tomorrow. Okay, she's wearing a black tank top. And also breaking points. Tomorrow we'll look at TYT and breaking points.
Tone that sounded like there was a...
Okay. The rape allegations.
And I think just that's why I say people hear him say he did 2 combat tours.
So yesterday afternoon, rumors were swirling about another negative Graham Platner story that was set to drop. Unlike the New York Times story from a few weeks ago that was written in a tone that sounded like there was a sexual assault allegation in the piece but did not contain that content.
So we will be restarting the whole bingo situation now that this is going to be post-rape. You know? Can you wet thumbnail that tiny bingo, Platner? Probably. I'll look for the thing on Sunday's Patreon. And I'll do that. I'll make that the thumbnail for tomorrow if that's what we do. But yeah, so we'll see how much of this bingo happens after the rape allegation.
It was about his unsettling behavior piece, but did not sounded like there was a sexual crimes story from a few weeks ago that was written in a tone that sounded like there was a sexual assault allegation in the piece, but did not contain that content. It was about his unsettling behavior, and a lot of the worst of what was alleged was aggressive grabbing.
I do want to see what she has to say about that, though. 138 49. So it came out June 4th. The first is June 13th.
Graham Platner won the primary handily. I mean, Janet Mills had.
Okay, let's see. At 138. Oh, did they? What? I guess they didn't.
It was about his unsettling behavior, and a lot of the worst of what was alleged was aggressive grabbing.
Oh, I might have skipped it.
And the only named accuser in that piece that had the worst accusations was somebody who has worked in Republican politics. This story is immensely credible, serious, and it has corroboration in the piece. It also sheds new light on that story, because it seems now, in hindsight, that it was written in that tone, perhaps because they knew about this accusation. This woman was interviewed for that original piece, but for whatever reason, they were unable to corroborate it. Or
Okay, Okay, this is June 13th. So like 10, more than 10 days. After. Or 10 days? I don't know. Listen. Matt Binder got scorched on his stream and couldn't defend himself very well. What, for this?
had dropped out, suspended her campaign, much to the chagrin of Chuck Schumer and other centrists. And so right now, the Republicans have to reckon with Platner and what his politics represents versus Susan Collins. Here is Donald Trump talking about Graham Platner and previewing their lines of attack against him.
Other than that, he might be very nice.
This is what we're talking about here? This is like making comments about their bodies.
What about Trump? What about Trump?
In civil court. I call
Another
this
guy with moral high ground.
Yeah, another person, right? Again, you know, Graham didn't knife any tires. There's no accusation of sexual assault, or really, in my view, physical assault. The Republican operative, the only person alleging anything like that, says he grabbed her very hard and grabbed her wrist, and then also locked her in a room. That is the worst of the allegations.
That's the worst. Okay, Emma. Emma should know better as a person who has probably felt in danger. The karmic wheel of rape simulation. I don't think it can help you. But you should... I hope that this situation made you check yourself. Because if you acknowledge, it's one thing if you think that this person is completely lying, but if you're saying, oh, all he did was all this violent ex-Marine did was grab her real hard and lock her in a room. Yep. That's unnecessary.
Okay. And if they're going to really throw stones about infidelity, Donald Trump, come on. And Jesse Waters, you took the air out of an intern's tires or whatever.
What about Republicans? Republicans, right? Cool. Okay.
Or she did not go forward fully with her accusation. And that is why the Republican who I mentioned there, Fifield, she said after the piece was published that she felt betrayed because she had heard that there was going to be an allegation of sexual assault that was in the piece that would have made her experience seem, obviously more of a pattern. And now we know what that allegation was.
That it would be supportive of a broader critique.
I'd say, maybe she. You know what? I would say I'm sorry. I've said I'm sorry about things before. You could just be like, sorry. And your point is that it was touted as a rape story, an essay allegation. Yeah. She didn't have to say it like that, though. What she said was fundamentally like, there's no reason to downplay what he did. You don't have to downplay what he did. It's not helpful to downplay. Like, you can just not go that route.
Allegation of Platner, not just, yeah.
Yeah. So, the woman accuses Platner of entering her home without her consent in 2021. He was intoxicated, she says. The woman accuses Platner of forcing himself on her when she told him to stop. She accuses him of ejaculating inside her even as she told him not to. Politico corroborated her account with notes to her therapist and messages with a man that she dated in 2022. There are lurid details in the piece that add to the credibility, in my humble opinion. She talks about remembering him knocking over an antique sewing kit, and that kind of sent a chill down my spine just because, there's just details in that ring true, I guess, as a woman.
See, another more supporting evidence for the utility of the karmic wheel of rape simulation, right?
There's an immense amount of betrayal right now. Platner insisted multiple times that nothing new was coming.
Why would she apologize for having an opinion that changes with more evidence? Well, again, the way that she talked about it and the way that she downplayed it, like what happened, this is a part of a larger pattern. Oh, she did apologize? Okay, that's good. And that's good.
Coming out, the fact that he knew that this particular woman was interviewed by the New York Times and still went on Chris Hayes and other platforms and insisted that nothing else was coming is unconscionable. Platner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that. However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that, perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Platner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously. I carry that with me. And I'm sorry. The national media is going to try to...
I think that was a good apology. Yeah, that was a good apology.
Blame this on DSA. I'm already seeing this. He was not endorsed by DSA. Like Gonzalez in Colorado, You can't just call someone a DSA style candidate. They're not a DSA candidate.
It's a learning moment for all of us, you know? A major learning moment for me was believing Destiny that Anna Voir was a dangerous stalker that was going to eat his face. You know, it's good life lessons. I didn't believe the first woman main reason was she defended Kavanaugh. I guess what I would say... I guess... I didn't even think about it in terms of... I can't remember when I even became aware of it, though. I'm trying to place the timeline, but I don't remember. But it's okay. But I apologized and she accepted my apology, and you know. I know that logic doesn't really track, but that's how I felt about it. I guess I just
last week. Thanks a million.
I'm excited. Woo! Psych honors, that's the Thank you.
Numby moment.
Thank you, Mobbins, for the $10 super chat and the final Numby. I will grab the Numby queen. I mean, I would have believed that the guy was violent, you know? I don't think I knew about the Republican woman too much until after the rape allegation. But I didn't necessarily doubt. I mean, I looked at him. I looked at him and his history and all that, right? I'm going to get the Numby queen. Come here, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Good baby. My Numby princess. Oh. Hey, tipster. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Numbies, 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 numbies. Give me your numbies, girl. Numbies, 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 numbies. Give me your numbies, girl. I need your numbies right now. If you give them, you get paste as a treat. My little baby. My Numby queen. Is she purring so loudly? Yeah, she purrs during Numby time. All the time. She has chicken paste today. She's a poultry baby. You still call her your little. She is little. She's just bootylicious. She's big boned. She's pear shaped. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna rinse off the. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go to now. Emma versus Ryan. How about that? Now. What day is this? Majority, the
Yeah, I mean,
I want to find when that date is. But unless, is it under breaking points? Maybe this. Oh, this?
We'll start off.
Okay. Ryan Grimm. So this is 12 days ago. July 10th. July 10th. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So, 4 days after the rape. So he has had time to absorb. Let's see. Let's see.
Often the most controversial place here.
Wait, let's go.
His platform. They even say that they were willing to put aside certain parts about his personal character because he supported things that they support right now.
And Platner.
Yes.
Through all of these.
And so I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes. Just to catch people up, earlier this week, you reported that there'd been a detail that had been left out of Politico's reporting on the rape accusation against Graham Platner. Politico didn't include, apparently, that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of.
Oh, yeah, because when was the last time that Breaking Points talked? This was majority report.
Maine Senate.
July 8th. Is this what he was wearing at the end? Okay, remember we are at 154. I just want to see, is this the outfit?
So he is saying something which did not appear in their story, which is why I think.
Oh, well, everything after.
Okay, this stripy shirt and paisley tie. Wait. Yes.
Candidate Graham Platner.
Okay, it is the same thing, right? Okay. Okay, cool. So this is after. So she's going to talk to him after. So I'm glad that we watched the end earlier. Hey, Dav. Cool. That worked out then.
Posts for years.
Where were we? I'm so... Okay.
Having
154.
more
Okay.
an outsized impact with very little infrastructure. I mean, we have 4 people that work on the show on a day-to-day basis, and a lot of the time, I'm making assessments about the news myself. So I'm human, and I'm going to make mistakes. Just to catch people up, earlier this week, you reported that there'd been a detail that had been left out of Politico's reporting.
Remember,
on the rape accusation against
uninvited
Graham Platner
versus disinvited. They really the people need the context. The voters need to know whether he was disinvited or uninvited. Good night, Gray.
Politico didn't include apparently that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of the alleged assault. However, sorry, what'd you say?
Said she needed a glute massage, but not to ask him for it. Is
Gotcha.
my recollection, right?
Yeah. And afterwards,
Look
she
at
still
this.
said,
This is a fucking... This is a face. This is a... Uh-oh. Whoa. Whoops. Where is that one? Fuck, I wish I knew where it was. Whoops-a-doodle, you cut off your noodle. Yeah, Platner's a vampire. He couldn't have possibly entered and raped her. He's a vampire.
do not come over, and you have faced some pushback for accusing against Graham Platner. Politico didn't include apparently that the woman accusing Platner of this assault had asked him to come over for a glute massage the night of the alleged assault. However, sorry, what'd you say?
Said she needed a glute massage, but not to ask him for it.
Gotcha.
Thank you for correcting, person. I don't know which person this is that's correcting, but very cool.
My recollection, right?
Yeah. And afterwards, she still said, "Do not come over." And you have faced some pushback for reporting this detail. And I guess I'm wondering what you think of that pushback, because this is what I would say, right? Like, we often will say on our show that it's as important, like the substance of what we say is sometimes even less important than what we choose to highlight or cover, right? And I think that perhaps emphasizing this detail gave a lot of people license to dismiss Jenny's accusation, even if that's not in what the text said. That would be my critique, and I'm wondering what you think of that.
I'm also wondering, Matt Leck. Cool. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us know how you feel, Ryan.
I don't think anyone seriously argues with the general idea that if we're going to try a very serious allegation in the court of public opinion, that the information that the media has about that should be public. Like, I think I don't generally think that anybody really disagrees with that. And I think it's important to understand exactly how Politico reported this at the time. So I have it in front of me here. They wrote, that night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs.
He doesn't even get it. He does not even get it. He doesn't even get it. Hey, internet chick.
Let himself into her house. So the way that Politico presents it, they were texting. She says, "Don't come over," and then there's effectively a break-in. Like, that's kind of the impression.
Uh-huh. There is, yes. That is a break-in. Even if she did invite him over, it didn't mean that she said that he could just walk on in. But she didn't invite him in the first place. See, Ryan Grimm does love rape.
That you're left with here. The door is unlocked, but like, if you don't have permission to come in the house,
Obviously.
like, you can't just
Illegal?
come in an unlocked house. It's not how it works. Politico was aware that the exchange that they're referencing there.
What do you get out of this, Ryan Grimm? Like, is anyone asking you for this at all? This is this is quite suspicious because everyone's given up on him. It's over. You know? This is 4 days after. I don't know when he dropped out.
Included her saying she needed a glute massage, him responding, "I'm on my way over," and then she responds, "I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company." We don't know whether or not he got that message.
Who the fuck cares? Rapist Grimm. I'm calling him Rapist Grimm now. It really does make a difference in this guy's brain. You know what this is? He is using the rape abacus for evil, for the sake of rape apologia. All right? Don't let anyone gaslight you. Like, no one, like, why are you sweeping? Is it personal? Yeah, he's a rape advocate.
Or he was just, drunkenly driving over to her house. There are a lot of people.
It does not matter if he didn't see. He didn't see a yes, come over. He never said that. Yeah, if he didn't hear her say no, she didn't say no. Evil abacus, yeah.
Was aware that the exchange that they're referencing there included her saying she needed a glute massage.
That's fucking crazy. You are insane.
Him responding, "I'm on my way over." And then she responds, "I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company." We don't know whether or not he got that message.
Doesn't fucking matter. That's crazy. That feeling when you find out that your colleague is a creep. Yeah, the being a dog comment. Yes. Ryan Grimm said that Graham Platner was being a dog. How about I make my title being a dog. Rape advocate Ryan Grimm says Graham Platner was, quote, being a dog. Yeah, you dirty dog, raping again. Hey, Cody. Oh, well. Wait till you see what Ryan Grimm was saying July 10th. 6 days. Wait, no. 4 days after the rape allegations and everything.
or he was just, drunkenly driving
Or
over
if
to
he-
her house, sitting there, included her saying she needed a glute massage, him responding, "I'm on my way over," and then she responds, "I'm not, don't come, I'm not in the mood for company." We don't know whether or not he got that message.
He has rapist friends 100. If he's not a rapist himself, he 100% has crossed boundaries, and he's 100% has rapist friends. Yes, Frankie.
Or he was just, drunkenly driving over to her house. There are a lot of people who absolutely do not care about that detail and don't think it's relevant and are okay with it not being included.
Because it's not relevant. He has rapist logic.
There are also many, many people who think that that detail is relevant.
Yeah, many people who think that detail is relevant because what? Does it change anything? Does it make the rape less rape? Why do you want it known? Does that detail make it not rape enough for you? Like, maybe there's a world in which maybe he didn't realize he was breaking and entering and raping. Maybe there's a universe and like, oh, he just didn't know. It's not his own fault. He's just a little sweet boy.
It's not his own fault. He's just a little sweet boy.
Yes, please like the stream. Live, not top chat. Your Honor, my client was too busy drunk driving to ask for consent.
For his state of mind, and particularly,
You know, the person you should be mad at is the rapist. You should be mad and frustrated. Be like, man, is your entire life worth ruining? People should know if you punish rape, if you at least call them rapists, maybe they'll be disincentivized to risk their life if they know that it is a serious likelihood that they will have consequences. Maybe they'd think twice. You don't get it. We don't know if he got the text message, and we don't actually know when she's kicking him off her if he got the message. Yeah.
whether or not the implication of a break-in is accurate, which then shapes some of the rest of it.
No,
And what
it doesn't. It doesn't. What if he lived there? What if they lived together? And then would what he physically did not be rape?
I would say to the people who don't think it's relevant,
I would
that's
include
fine.
myself in that camp. So
And-
yeah,
right, absolutely, yeah. You don't think it's relevant? That's totally fine. We live in a democracy where the entire public is involved in the deliberation of these questions, and so there are many people who do think it's relevant. Like, is it relevant that he was
Rapists.
drunk? Like,
but what? But
why-
the
like, why- like-
disqualifying piece is the rape accusation, not the break-in, right? So I guess perhaps this absolves him of the break-in, but
True.
Wouldn't her saying
Maybe he didn't realize she was breaking in. Does that have anything to do with the rape? You don't think it's relevant? That's totally fine. The tweet he should have written. You don't think it's relevant? That's totally fine. I want to know why you think it's relevant.
still, protesting and saying that it was not
Absolutely.
consensual?
absolutely, obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is, but
I thought that was more obvious, and apparently it is. I thought it goes without saying. Well, clearly, it needs saying. Because motherfuckers like this that want to stop or dampen conversations about people understanding if the other person wants to do it with them or not. Those people are suspicious. Yeah, apologist thinks it's relevant.
Not the break-in, right? So I guess perhaps this absolves him of the break-in, but But wouldn't her saying still, protesting and saying that it was not consensual?
Absolutely. Obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is, but this kind of insistence that the facts aren't really important because of what she says happened in the end.
Because of what she says happened in the end?
I don't believe. As a journalist, our job is to put the facts.
Fuck
if
you.
She said,
As a rape-loving journalist.
Absolves him of the break-in, but wouldn't.
Yeah, this guy clearly raped this woman. But you know what really bothers me? Nobody is talking about him possibly missing the text message. True. I'm sure that he would have respected her saying, I'm sure he would have respected it if he read it. Oh yeah, if he actually read it, I'm sure he would have respected it. Like he respected anything. Any step of the way.
Her saying still, protesting and saying that it was not consensual.
Absolutely. Obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is, but this kind of insistence that the facts aren't really important because of what she says happened in the end, I don't believe. As a journalist, our job is to put the facts out that we have. Like, we are talking about two people who had been dating on and off for 2 years at this point.
Fuck you. This is like the stuff that, dude, the stuff that I was talking to Sleepy about with Mizkif. Ryan Grimm is unironically applying that to Graham Platner raping. Who's making you do this?
The nature of the text message exchanges that they had that led him to come over is relevant to some people. Doesn't have to be relevant to everybody to be included, just some people. And I really...
Are you one of those people?
Don't actually think this is a controversial point. I understand why.
I don't think this is a controversial point. Also, red flag. If someone is telling... I don't even think this is a controversial point. Uh-huh.
It's so sensitive. Particularly, we live in a world where, in a country where sexual assault is just rampant. So many people reading the story have themselves experienced sexual assault and are experiencing it both through the political lens, but also then through the prism of their own experience. So I understand why it's this sensitive for so many people. At the same time, the idea that Politico can have this information and decide on their own...
Because it would change its context you want. On behalf of all rape lovers out there, I demand that you give me the exact information I need to undermine your rape. Yeah, these people must be other dogs he knows. Yeah.
Not to include it because they're worried about, let's be honest about why they didn't include it. They're worried about what some readers might take from it. That's not Politico's place.
If it is a media critique, then what is the intention?
You don't have an invitation unless you're invited. It's not an invitation if someone takes a thing that you literally said, a sentence that you said that did not include come over. That's not an invitation.
Of that critique in this moment. Like, do you see how it could serve a secondary, if not purpose, that actually might be outsized, where it causes a large section of less media literate people to disparage this accuser and not take it seriously just because they're not going to maybe...
Ryan Grimm, wait your turn. You just yapped a whole bunch.
Look into the details and just... They're going to take away from it that the reporting was faulty because you have this critique that is much more narrow than what the takeaway is going to be. I mean, that's the responsibility piece.
I've actually said repeatedly that the fact that Jenny was willing to share this detail with the Washington Post, I believe with CNN, which didn't include it, and with Politico.
They didn't include it either. Yeah, Politico didn't even include what the victim was wearing at the time. So fucking true. That's so true.
Washington Post did include it, to their great credit. Nobody read their story because they took more time with it, apparently. The fact that Jenny included this detail, to me, strengthens the credibility of her version of events. Like,
Okay.
it shows a level.
Actually, I know you just described all this direct harm that happens. You know, I know you just described how gives fuel to people who are disparaging her. But have you considered that this makes me believe her more? Have you considered that the evidence they're using against her, that I am highlighting, makes me personally believe her more? Wow. Don't care. All these motherfuckers need to understand who the fuck cares about. They think their opinion is so fucking important. No. I don't care what you believe. You don't care. Like, I don't care what a person believes about rape if they don't care about it. Like, I'm really important. At least he's honest. Kind of. He says that his standard is Graham Platner. Apologize. He should apologize and say that it was a long time ago and he's grown. But at least he's like, I believe the woman, but I'd still vote for him. That makes me a bad person. That's what, you know? It's pathetic to watch people who are more pathetic than I'm really important.
Of confidence in her rendition to share all of it. For Politico then to decide on its own, I don't think people can handle this.
I don't think people can handle this. That he might not have seen. What? That they might not have seen that he didn't see? That he might not have seen it? She didn't invite him. You dumb fucking bitch. It's incredibly fucking embarrassing.
You dumb cracker bitch.
Come on. Politico, this is... what do you mean? You don't think that the journalist should be able to tell a story? Choose what is a relevant factor or not? Oh yes, that was recent. Internet chick. He also said that Palestine, there is no such thing as Palestine, and show it to him on a map.
Because that's not what we're going for in this article, is just wrong. My view is completely different than how the world operates when it comes to these questions. Like, I think the public should take more time than it does with these allegations. Like, to have an article come out and then within basically an hour of that article coming out, the decision to have been rendered, I think doesn't do justice to anybody. So but that's not the world we have. Like, the world we have is article, wow, this is awful.
Article, wow, this is awful. Okay.
Done. Like, this is over. I don't want to hear anything else about it. And if you tell me anything else about it, you are justifying what happened. I just don't believe that.
This is who this man is. This is who Ryan Grimm is. You know, lots of time you just don't know until they have some kind of investment and die on a weird hill, or like have a conversation.
Don't think that's how.
More conversations should be happening.
knowledge creation should exist. I don't think that's how public trials of people should.
Public trials.
This is awful. Done. Like this.
This is awful. Done. He's like, I don't want people to come to snap decisions. I want them to leave room for nuance in this rape.
Is over. I don't want to hear anything else about it. And if you tell me anything else about it, you are justifying what.
To what end? You're saying, oh, maybe he didn't see that she's told him not to come over. And if he thought that she invited him, then that's why he just walked in. Okay. Who cares?
Happened. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's how, like, knowledge creation should exist. I don't think that's how public trials of people should unfold. I am in the deep.
I don't think that's how public trials of people should unfold. It's so interesting that he's like, is this, like, has he had any other situations where he's done something like this? Like be like mask off?
Minority on the left on this.
I understand.
Well, I'm in the deep, loud minority on this. The two scenarios are.
Yes, you are loud. Why? Why do you need to? What are you bringing to the table other than there's nuance? The media is lying to you.
Different. One scenario being they exchanged text message. She said, "Don't come over." He came over anyway. Is different than two people had been dating for 2 years, exchanged messages about a glute massage. Oh, I'm coming over. Actually, I don't want company. Don't come over. Like,
doesn't matter. You. The wheel will turn for Ryan Grimm too.
Those are different scenarios, and the public has a right to the actual.
It doesn't matter. No, it's just as much rape. You actual fucking, like, is he married? I hope he doesn't rape his wife.
Scenario.
Yes.
Then
is he wearing a wedding ring?
Will look, I think, at that actual scenario, and say he's still guilty, and I still want him gone.
Yeah. Everyone should still want him gone. He raped you, rape-loving cunt. Oh yeah, Emma does look uncomfortable.
So that's the other thing that's so striking to me about this.
But was that the takeaway from your audience, or did they take away more that it was a hit piece?
Most. Well, I think a lot of people believe that this was a
you say it strengthens her claim, but I haven't seen that be the reaction to what the reporting is. It seems like people are taking that as a way to dismiss it.
No, what you're seeing is that, like, within a minute of the article being published, long before I did my own reporting, a huge portion of the public thought that this was a political hit job.
The reality is that Platner's branding as an outsider, right? And the other pieces that had come out against him prior to this about the tattoo and about the unsettling behavior had, contributed to an outsider status that had benefited him with Maine voters because of a justified mistrust of the National Democratic Party that has consistently let them down. And what I find kind of aggravating about this story is that there is this driving impulse by the national press to disregard what Maine voters actually care about, or mischaracterize it in general. There's this motivated reasoning right now in the national press to foreclose any conversation about the ideological and policy civil war within the Democratic Party right now, to essentially say that anybody that was highlighting how Platner was gaining popularity because he wants to cut off arms to Israel and tax billionaires, etc., shouldn't have any credibility anymore to say anything about this at all. And that's the critique of other media figures from national mainstream centrist press. But the problem is that they're not talking about the voters who supported that, or they're saying that they are basically dumb hogs that didn't know what they wanted and just got hypnotized by his voice and the fact that he was an oyster farmer. There's all of these different conversations that are happening at the same time that still are drip with condescension about Maine voters saying, like, this is about representation, democratic representation,
and it's an issue set that we voted on, not a celebrity. And liberals in the national press can't conceive of this.
It's important to know.
Does it? No. We have to watch more. Does she not fucking fight him? Because I will fucking fight him. I don't know. We'll look into it more tomorrow. Everybody, it's time for Supernatural. Go to Kick. Go to Kick. Go to Kick. That squirrel. The squirrels are doing early renovations. Okay. You can catch up. I will be uploading.
Who gonna beat this time? Who gonna beat me down? Tell it.
But you can catch up on Patreon.
Keep it 100. What you gonna show me, fam? What you gonna show me, bro? That ain't me done. You wanna word with me? You wanna tell me so? And tell your bitch to get off my shit. Smoking on that home road.
I'm interested in Ryan Grimm now.
We came out tonight with a flex and a float. And you know it might wanna get fucked up, wanna get half up, gonna make them friend that rowdy.
Okay, let me say thank you. Thank you, Mobbin, for the $10 super chat. Peter for the $26 the $10 Tommy C. Commodore for the 666. Ira is too old, tired, unhealthy to abuse people like Destiny does. Call God for the 333 Dickers Dipey. And Envy for the 333 Dickers Dipey as well. And Ursa for the Canadian $2 super chat. And Peter for the $20 Psychars. Okay. And okay. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll continue our investigation into Grand Platner sweepers.
I said make it count.
Please like the stream.